got his own route. And it's a route to success as well.
Game shot the fourth leg. Andreas Harrison.
But he hasn't won the first leg.
Tommy Morris.
There we go. He gets that win. Apologetically in the end, Reese Robinson, but on the inside he'll be feeling good. Well, that was something of a collision, wasn't it? Culleton clings on.
Nile Culleton.
Good morning. Welcome to Wednesday here at the Modus Super Series, when Group A does indeed reach its conclusion and we will know our first finalist on week 3 of Series A. John Henderson and Andreas Harrison, the reigning Modus Super Series champion, looking like battling it out for that top spot. And alongside me today, Mr. Paul Nicholson, guiding us through the action, and it looks like a mouth-watering battle, doesn't it?
Ever since yesterday finished, we've been drooling over match 3 today, because when Harrison takes on Henderson, we're going to have the first chapter of what Wednesday could possibly tell. But don't be fooled, it's not just about that match. Just looking at the fixtures for the rest of the day, there could be other stories told as to how someone gets to the top of the table.
Yeah, those two are the ones that look like finishing top. You mentioned it, that game 3 today, their first matches against each other. How significant have their games against each other been so far this week? Because last time they were here, they were in the same group, and Harrison won all of those games and won by the margin of those wins.
I think they are significant because it's not just about who wins the group today, it's about who wins the week. Some of the damage that you can do like that against Henderson, who doesn't get a shot to take leg 6, you just get the feeling that you're planting the seed of doubt for the next time you play such a person. And John wouldn't be human if he didn't remember the last time he was in a situation like this. So every single time that Andreas chips away at him, he just has this possibility of making him feel just a little bit more susceptible to defeat. So John would like to get his own back.
It's a good point, that as well, because it seemed like that win for Harrison over Henderson just transformed his day. He went on to win his remaining matches, won all 5, and had a couple of incredible performances at the end of the day, whereas Henderson had to survive match starts against Tommy Morris and win more scrappy matches after that. Yeah,
I think some of the numbers from yesterday, they do signify the fact that John had to scrap a little bit more, but it's a good quality to have, isn't it? Sometimes it's nice to dominate people, but you get more joy from, well, some people get more joy from the fact that they can get through a game without their best possible output. And I think John's shown a lot of great qualities this week. And the fact that he is still in the mix and on the level amount of points that Andreas has coming into day 3 just goes to show that you don't necessarily have to average 100 per day to get the right amount of points. I think we should also pay attention to the fact that Andreas has won 6 points on Monday, 10 yesterday. John was a bit more consistent. He had 8 and 8. So meeting in the middle is about right.
As you said before, it's not just about those two players, and a lot of the entertainment might come from a certain Reese Robinson, who moved into Maverick mode yesterday once he realised Group C is probably his destiny.
Yeah, I think it will be, but Monday did all the damage, didn't it? But if you leave yourself on 150, just watch out for shots like this. I really, really wanted him to hit this because it would have cheered him up. And we want the players to feel good on the stage. We want them to feel competitive, but we want them to enjoy this experience. Now, Reese has been here many times before, but there are definitely things that he wants to do to be remembered for. He's had 3 double tops, I think it was twice. 3 bulls is his next mission, but if he leaves 150, don't be surprised if he goes for it again.
And the other little battle in the group seems to be for third place in that Group B spot between Gilbert van der Meijden and Tommy Morris, as shown on the league table here. So third spot, Gilbert holds now by 2 points. Of course, they're going to play each other. Can anybody in the group, other than the top 2, have higher aspirations, or is it a battle for first, a battle for third, and then Reese and Nile just trying to get some form for the rest of the week?
I think it has to be, because if you look at the complexity of number 5 spot, 2, 3 and 4, Reese Robinson, his maximum points total is going to be 14. I just don't think that's going to be enough. So it is going to be between Gilbert and Tommy for me. But one thing that Gilbert can't do today is have the same start as Tuesday. He was not good in his first couple of games. He didn't even win a leg. But then it snapped him into action and he was much better after that. But if he doesn't get a good start today, Tommy will snag him, that's for sure.
Yeah, realistically, only 2 players can win the group. Mathematically, 4 players can. And this is how the bookies see it. Tommy Morris, big outsider, then Gilbert van der Meijden. So they suggest he might take that third place with that advantage. But interestingly, tied on points, not only is John Henderson favourite, he's actually odds-on favourite.
That strikes me as a little bit strange. Did the odds compilers not even look at the numbers from yesterday? Did they not look at some of the performances? It's not just about that third game of the day. It's about how these players have performed against the other crop. So, 112 average, 106 average. Need I go on? Harrison has been dominant at times, and for him not to be favourite coming into today, I find a little bit surprising, especially after yesterday. His numbers were off the charts.
And also for Gilbert van der Meijden to be half the odds of Tommy Morris. Morris is going to play in the first match against Nile Culleton. Already got a better leg difference, so he will occupy third spot if he wins this first match.
We spoke about that yesterday, didn't we? Because of that good victory in his fifth game yesterday. It's given him that little leg difference buffer. It places importance on his game with Gilbert, but the fact is, like I've just said, if he has the same sort of start today, Tommy Morris will have him for breakfast and then possibly for brunch as well. I see Tommy as the favourite to get the third spot based on his experience of Group A situations, but I've often been wrong.
Right, under starters orders, let's fire the gun. Tommy Morris is in action in the opening match, and I had a little chat with him earlier today. Tommy, been here plenty of times, final day of the group. How do you assess your performances so far?
I think I've played consistently quite well. I mean, the less game that I played, I hit a 29 average, so I've done pretty good standing considering the group. It's probably one of the toughest I've ever been in since I've come here.
Some big moments as well, some big checkouts. In a group and a week this strong, they're going to be key, aren't they?
Oh, definitely. I knew the guys outside of this Modus anyway, and I knew what I had to do, and just thankful that I'm doing it. You know, I'm keeping my name in the game and just got to keep doing what I'm doing.
We've observed in commentary, obviously you've got an explosive style, but we have noticed that you do sort of step back, stay composed before doubles. Is there a method in that? Is that a conscious thing?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you only get one shot when you're up on there, and it matters to me. And I tried the best to compose myself, and it's worked for a long time now. Since I broke my wrist in lockdown, it's something that I've sort of mastered, and it's working for me. So, yeah, that slower pace at the end, it sort of channels my head to got one shot, get it, you know, and it's working. So.
You know what it's all about here. It's about getting to Saturday, however you get there. What was the target before you got here this week, and what is the target today?
I mean, the target's always to win the group, and I've done it plenty of times now, and I know I can do it. It's just a case of just keep doing what I'm doing. Wherever I end up, so be it. You know, I'm ready for it. Just bring it on, basically. Let's go.
And a couple of points behind Gilbert in third place at the moment. Obviously, if you sort of shoot for the moon and don't quite win the group, you end up in Group B. How big a difference could that be, particularly in a week like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's key for me because I'm normally in bed by 10:30. You know, I'm like a little baby, but it's something you just got to adapt to. You know, once you get the chance, whether it's B or C, I'm ready. I've done it plenty of times. Let's just keep doing what I'm doing.
Right, best of luck today.
Thanks, Chris.
Always very confident, always very honest, Tommy Morris, and always a very enjoyable watch here at the Modus Super Series. He has got that sort of explosivity in him, but also quite measured, as discussed in that conversation, and he now needs to try and win his mini battle. The group has probably gone, but Group B is certainly in his sights. And as for Nile Culleton, he's a player that we didn't really discuss in the preview to today's action, Paul. Different character to the likes of Tommy Morris and Reese Robinson. What does he need to do today to get his confidence up for the rest of the week in that Group C campaign?
I think the 36-year-old from Kilkenny has got a free ride today because he knows he's going to Group C. But if he can just get a feeling today and to feel that he's going in the right direction as far as the week is concerned, he shouldn't feel defeated, even though he's lost 9 of his 10 games. I believe that Wednesday can be very valuable to someone who is going to Group C in their knowledge.
It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
And we have seen from someone like Andy Hamilton in the last few weeks when he was in a very similar situation. What did he do on a Wednesday? He won 4 out of 5. And then he got better as the week went on. Niall's job today is to get up there, be a pro,
45.
and cause problems for everybody else.
And this is something that we did touch on yesterday.
99.
The battle for winning the group, the battle for finals night is between John Henderson and Andreas Harrison. No real doubt about that. However, it won't just be their match against each other that determines that, because we have, as Tommy Morris mentioned in his interview, one of the toughest Group A's ever this week.
Absolutely.
100.
I think Tommy's relished this group. And that interview was fascinating to me because there were 3 words that he said concurrently that really jumped out of the microphone more than anything else.
85.
It's actually 4 words. It matters to me. Boy, do I like to hear that from a player.
60.
It matters. Tommy would have been 3 words. You could have kept it at that. What he has been doing, and again referenced in the chat, was big finishers. That have been a real feature of his game this week.
Tommy, 157.
He's not going to add to his collection here,
85.
but I think he will relish the fact that he's got the first game to lay down the marker to Gilbert van der Meijden in that Quest 4 Group B. But Nile is starting to warm up here.
140. Tommy, 72.
It's going to be tops after the step off. Not much of a step off.
52.
And Nile gets a chance to get his first leg against Tommy Morris this week, because he has lost to him twice in a row by 4 legs to 0. And he has got his first leg in style.
Culleton.
A nice 17-dart break of throw. And Nile is off and running on Wednesday.
Natural angle of entry for his darts, that as well. So that dart really near tops enabled him to literally stack the dart on top. And that's what Phil Taylor used to do, isn't it? People talk about stackers, but
100.
he actually did that. He would rest the second dart on top of the first and the third on top of the second.
Absolutely right. It's funny that you
87.
mentioned Phil Taylor at this early stage, Murph, because do you know what happened on this day back in 1988?
Oh, he must have won something.
He won his very first ranking title in
Wow.
Canada on this day.
60.
36 years ago, and the rest is history.
118.
I wonder what else is going to happen today. I do get the feeling that something special is going to happen this week. Something along the lines of a 9-darter on a Saturday night for the first time.
You heard it here first. So if you want to be
58.
here for part of that history, then Paul Nicholson is guaranteeing a 9-dart. And it's not quite what he said, but tickets are available from dartshop.tv.
100.
You can scan that QR code on your smart device to go straight to the booking page. £2 the booking fee. Very, very reasonably priced refreshments and a guaranteed
59.
quality of the action on the stage. You'll be up close, personal, mixing it, rubbing shoulders with the players.
45.
Not really any other sporting arenas where you can do that in such an intimate setting.
100.
Already, Tommy's got problems.
151.
Culleton could double his lead if he's as polished on the double as he was in the first leg of the
84.
contest.
Oh, you require 84.
He's been around 33% on his doubles all week,
Game
but he's
shot the
much
second
better than
leg.
that today.
Nile Culleton.
He's had the lowest running average of anybody in the group. That's not really a shock
Gets
considering his
Tommy
league
to throw
position.
first. Game on.
But they are numbers that would be way more competitive in other groups. It does signify just how good this group has been.
100.
Great start from the Irishman this morning. Really
96.
competent, confident stuff, and I'm sure they'll be currently raising a glass of stout in Egan's,
121.
which is Nile's local public house, and he's giving them a bit of a nod with the shirt that he's wearing. That's the pub team that he plays for.
140.
By the way, I'm very impressed that you didn't say the most famous brand of stout in Ireland, because in his neck of the woods,
60.
they don't drink that one. They drink the other one.
My one.
Yeah, you don't want to get that wrong. It's like walking into Glasgow and saying,
47.
well, surely the best football team in this town is such and such. Don't make
75.
presumptions when you go to places around Europe. Do your research.
Well, if Culleton does go on and win this match, what an opportunity for Gilbert van der Meijden in the game that follows. He's going to take on Reese Robinson. Of course, not an easy task, but if he beats him, he could find himself 4 points clear and having a much more relaxed day than he was expecting.
58. Tommy required.
And Nile was a bit
45.
snookered there. And I don't mean figuratively speaking, I meant literally.
93.
His path to the 60
Nile
wasn't
require
brilliant,
160.
but his path to a 3-0 lead is open for now. It's still open. What a guide that is. That was such a beautiful first start.
120. Tommy
He's a
required
different
52.
beast today, and Morris is on notice as he goes for tops.
Game shot on the third.
Well
leg.
done, because
Tommy
had he
Morris.
missed that, he would have been facing a 3-leg deficit and a long way back.
Full flag gets Nile to throw first.
Well, you mentioned on this day, Paul, worth mentioning a couple of birthdays for Super Series players. Gary Stone celebrating today, as is Colin Osborne.
140.
If you are watching, gentlemen, a very happy birthday. Hope to see you soon. Gary Robson, he's been here as well.
140.
Yeah, happy birthday, Robbo. Guy that got me into competitive darts back when I was 18. Very important person in my career. I sent Colin a message this morning from all of us. He was very grateful. Just like Niall's grateful for that
180.
maximum. That's his first of the day and his
95.
7th of the week.
Robson actually won the England national singles title on his birthday 8 years ago today, but 2 years ago today it was a really special day for
60.
your old World Cup team, wasn't it, Paul?
Yeah. Hammond, Blast, Whitlock and Hetta reducing me to tears.
59. Nile will require
10 years on from the
121.
heartbreak. Well done, lads.
Will this be well done by Culleton? It's an excellent display so far. Arguably up there with the best of his campaign.
40.
Morris has got to cause trouble for Culleton's position. He's done that.
137.
That's a very good
Nile will
job.
require 81.
He's just not missing much. Double six.
69.
But he has missed a couple here,
Tommy
and Morris has got
requires
to take
70.
advantage of this, because if he doesn't, he might not win this match. Double top. Biggest start of the match so far.
50. Nile will require.
It said hello, but ultimately it knocked on the wrong door.
He couldn't find
Game
tops,
shot on
but
the fourth flag.
Culleton goes to the bottom of the
Nile
board and
Culleton.
restores that 2-leg lead.
Fifth flag gets Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday, on the whole, the standard was excellent. In particular, from Andreas Harrison.
120.
We'll get into his numbers in Game 3. But miraculously, everybody's averages for the day went down from Monday to Tuesday, apart from Andreas.
180.
Now, does that tell you just how good Monday was?
55.
We just held our breath there for a second because Nile was perfect in his first 3 darts.
60.
I've already tried to predict a 9-darter this week. I didn't think it was going to come today, but you just never know.
135.
We have had 9-darters from someone that Nile knows, Mr. Heenahan.
$47.
And Morris knows exactly what he's got to do now. He's got to win 3 straight legs.
60.
Otherwise, it's going to be advantage Gilbert van der Meijden. And the last thing he needs is a 4-1 loss, because he would lose some ground in the leg difference. That advantage that he carved out for himself
98.
when he was
Tommy
playing
131.
against Culleton in Game 14 yesterday, it will be almost extinguished.
55. Nile, you require
And this might be the final
160.
shot. The 57 is open. Double top.
Game
Nile
shot
Culleton
out the
is here to
match.
play on Wednesday,
Nile
and he's
Culleton.
caused chaos for Tommy the Gun, because now he's only got 4 games remaining to close a 2-point gap between himself and Gilbert van der Meijden. Looks like Tommy Morris is going to have to wait for favours, particularly from Reese Robinson in Game 2, who takes on Gilbert. But Nile Culleton, his best winning average of the week, because that's only his 2nd win. Congratulations to him. When we come back, it will be Robinson against Gilbert, and he can open up a 4-point cushion in that battle for Group B.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg.
Is
Reese
that
Robinson.
the moment that Reese Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? Took me a long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg. Game shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The battle lines have been drawn over the last 2 days and 1 match. And now Gilbert van der Meijden, after he has received a favour from Nile Culleton, can create a 4-point cushion between himself and Tommy Morris. And let's not forget, before we get too ahead of ourselves, that Reese Robinson's opponent here in the first game of their day, if he beats Reese, he is still out of the running for the top spot if John and Andreas have a bad day. A win here against Robinson will get him within 2 points. And if he harbours any ambition of winning Group A, you feel he must beat the people who are below him. And one of them is Robinson. However, I'm sure he's got motivation today to not be the wooden spoon. And now he's got company on 4 points.
First leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
So in order to re-establish that 2-point cushion between himself and 6th position, a win against Van der Meijden would achieve 2 things.
60.
He'd get that cushion, and Tommy Morris would probably kiss him on the forehead and say thank you very much.
180.
Well, we don't have to wait long for a max from Gilbert, who did not have a very good start yesterday. He lost 4-0 to Hendo in game 1.
55.
Then he lost 4-0 to Reese Robinson, which was his first win of this entire group.
93. 59.
One of the strangest things about yesterday was that Robinson won 2 games, which is 2 more than Monday,
96.
and his overall average for his daily campaign came down by over 7 points. So he played worse, but won a lot more.
46.
However, in the opening leg here, it could be
132.
Vander Meijden who's producing the fireworks. Well, he doesn't need to go the bull route, all sense.
No
What's he
score.
doing?
He was going for the ton.
What's he doing?
He thinks it's funny, but that was leg suicide. Even going that route on 132 with Robinson on 281 makes no
83.
sense.
Can we record 132?
Do not, under any circumstances, try and corner yourself on double 3.
Well, this time that danger's gone because
45.
he got 2 singles, but that was silly, silly play.
It was extremely silly. And if he goes on to lose this leg, I'm afraid he's only got himself to blame.
58. Can we record 87?
He can fix the situation, though. And he's made another mistake.
37.
Now, which way do you want to go, Reese? Because I think today he's going to open his shoulders.
109. Can we record 50?
He's got this single. It's double 16 for Gilbert. Well, this could turn into a nightmare situation. Robinson needs double 12. It turns out that Robinson is left on double 3. How has Gilbert left himself on 32 here?
32.
Well,
Game shot
in the end, he
first leg.
finds it, but
Gilbert
that is a
Van der
bizarre start. And usually the bizarre and brilliant belongs to Reese Robinson. It's Gilbert Van der
Second leg, it's
Meijden there
Gilbert
who's
to throw
produced some
first.
unwanted entertainment. Well, he's bust 132. What's the biggest darting
41.
bust that you've seen? Have you ever seen anyone bust 180? Maybe even
85.
181?
I have seen one person bust 180 in the flesh and one person who's done it on TV. That was Dirk van Dijvenbode. But I remember my old pal Steve Duke Sr. doing it against Steve MacArthur at the Australian Open in 2008, and it was a dreadful moment to do it. There's never a good time to do it, but it was towards the end of the match, and MacArthur nicked the game. I remember Steve's expression when he did it, and he was in shock. That's why this game is so intriguing, because it's played by human beings. Nothing should be taken for granted. But if I may, Murph, why would you go 1-3-2, 2 treble 20s and double 6 when your opponent is not even at the halfway point of the leg? Makes no sense. Because if you go 60-60 and split 6s, you're on 3s.
Can I give you an advance on what you've just said?
57.
I've actually seen a player bust 181 in the flesh.
Elaborate.
Well, do you want to guess the player?
Jose.
No. It's a very, very well-known player.
57.
Is he called Philip?
He's called Michael.
Oh.
It was MVG, Michael Van Gogh, at a Pro Tour event about 10 years ago in Crawley against Dave Chisnell, quite late in the tournament. It might have even been the final.
137.
And he went 180, 140, 180.
Well, there you go. I'm not surprised you remember that. I mean, why wouldn't you? That makes no sense.
Well, what Reese Robinson is hoping to make sense of is a 160. Not quite got the radar going yet, has he, Reese, this morning?
Yeah, not quite. Started super hot on Monday morning without success. Double 18 for Gilbert.
50.
And a chance for Reese to break.
97.
Double 19. Not kind this time.
37.
Yeah, I don't think he's ready to be going double
80.
doubles yet. He hasn't felt his way into the day. Needs to just get a finish. That determination to go for double 6 remains strong, doesn't it, for Gilbert? And that's why in between the posts for a 2-0 lead.
Gilbert van der Meijden.
Now on that shot, I have
The leg is
zero
Royster's
right
reversed. Game on.
to criticise anyone. Because I used to go that route. Now look at these darts.
Whoa!
You might think that's just a maximum from
180.
Reese Robinson, but he threw those differently. They went in flatter than his usual upright angle. But 666, if you like double 6,
140.
it's not a bad shot to go for. Because even if you slip low, you can go into 10 double 4. Look at these. They're going in flat. Whereas usually they're a bit more upright. He can throw them 2 different ways. He's shown that every day this week.
$57.
Throw his darts differently, can't he? Not just going for different things, but the actual chucking of the darts can be different from
125.
game to game, leg to leg, even visit to visit for Reese Robinson.
I don't see that as a weakness. Because if we've learnt one thing from Peter
50,
Wright over the
which was
years,
196.
is that change is good for some people. And just having that little grip change or different approach, it can refocus a player to a degree that makes them
43.
more aware of the situation they're in and they don't go to sleep. I was always the advocate for the player keeping things consistent because that's how
153.
most of us behave. But there are mavericks among us, just like Robinson.
13. Go what you require, 149.
That's the problem with the flat lie. Because if you miss it high, it can't necessarily be a guide for the next shot.
77.
So how does he throw this one?
40. Game shot
In.
the third.
That's
leg.
how he throws
Reese
it.
Robinson.
And he got the arc, didn't he? The more conventional chuck from Robinson gets him
Fourth leg, it's
into this
Gilbert to
match.
throw
I have to say, though, Paul, it's a
Game
match
on.
that is not befitting of what we've seen the rest of the week in this group. The standard in this group
58.
has produced, to this point, pre this match, the highest average collectively we've ever had in any group at the Modus Super Series. This one is not
100.
staying in line with that, that's for certain.
Well, this game for me, if we almost erase the standard for now, it's bringing up a
96.
really interesting topic. Because you and I have worked on different darts promotions over the years. And we've hovered the idea with some of our colleagues that possibly Peter Wright could have a scoring set of
140.
darts and a doubling set of darts. I am now starting to think that Reese Robinson is not the finished article because there's a possibility he could have
57.
2 different ways of throwing, one for scoring and one for different doubles. He could throw flat at the 60 and score this way.
100
On doubles at the top of the board, he could go upright and doubles at the bottom go flat. Honestly, if he was to massage this technique, it could be revolutionary.
60.
And he could make it work.
Can he make this work? And how does he plan to do it? May readjust and go for the 25. But decided to go the 11
89.
route.
I think that was a concerted effort at the treble. I think if he'd found the single 11, he probably would have laid up as well.
60.
But on this occasion, I think the flat dart is better for double 16. Now, here is a really good piece of evidence. It should kiss in. just like that.
Game shot on the
This is what I'm
foreplay.
talking about. This
Reese
guy,
Robinson.
honestly, could be onto something.
Fifth leg, it's
2-2.
Reese to throw
And he's
first.
into this
Game
game,
on.
and he's starting to be the top performer in it as well. Just going back to your point about using different darts for different phases of a leg. Excuse my ignorance, but is there any rule about how many darts you can hold in
100.
your hand?
No, there isn't.
Because I suppose one of the issues with that would have been,
80.
what about when you're on a bigger checkout? Because part of that checkout is effectively scoring and then throwing for the double. But if you could actually hold 4 or 6 darts in your hand, then you could throw the 2 in the treble for with your scoring darts, and then
45.
take out one of the double darts for the attempt at that.
The rules state that you can throw 3 darts per visit. It doesn't state how many you can hold.
22.
Now, the evidence of this is a former London county player and former PDC player, Pete Allen. Really good friend of Steve Beaton's and a lot of other people.
60.
He was called Spider. And he'd always hold 4 darts. There is a story attached to why he did that. I don't
99.
necessarily know it myself, because I didn't know Pete that well. However, when I played him once, I noticed he was holding 4 darts. And it was because he felt more comfortable having something in his left hand when he was throwing dart 3. That's his prerogative.
60.
And it's a really good way of training your body, your arm, and your brain to not walk on dart 3.
100.
Because you still feel like something is there that you need to do. But if you can get in the rhythm of not throwing dart 4, it could be very, very good for you. But to massage your point a little bit more,
60.
Peter Wright could have 3 scoring darts and then possibly 3 doubling darts as well. There's nothing in the rules that says you can't do that.
$105.
Back to the flat ones now. And that's a lovely guide to leave double 18.
100.
Just
Gilbert,
over pitched it as
95.
well.
It doesn't quite get there, so an opportunity here for Gilbert, who will take aim a double 8.
87.
Wasn't too far away.
Reach requires 76.
This is where things could get a little bit different. Single 16. Now he's only got 1 dart, so the lie doesn't matter.
36.
This is for a break of throw,
Gilbert,
for a
they require
second
8.
break in the match for Gilbert. His mission is 2s. And because the
No
Madhouse
score.
doesn't deliver,
Reach
Robinson
require
could
40.
take the lead. It's got to go left.
Game
It's a
shot
beautiful
the fifth
dart.
leg. Reese Robinson.
And Robinson does take the lead. Provisionally, he's on 6 points. If he gets one more leg,
Leg, it's Gilbert to throw first.
he's going to concrete that 5th position after round 1.
121.
I said yesterday, didn't I, that the mission for Robinson after what was a very unfortunate Monday, if he can get to 4th position in this table, he will see that as a massive win.
91.
And that will refresh his confidence going into a Group C campaign, which could be against Gilbert.
78.
Gilbert's output yesterday was almost 7 points down on Monday himself. And he had the worst doubling
83.
performance of anybody in a daily campaign this week so far. 25%. 9 hits from 36. Yeah, most of his good
41.
stuff came on Monday. But if he doesn't rediscover some of that Monday form, he might not be in with a shout on Saturday night. In fact, he
57.
might not even make Saturday night. Here's the sole Dutch player this week,
60.
which I'm sure will feel a little bit odd. Most weeks we do tend to have more than one Dutch player, or more than one Belgian.
100.
Predominantly the Belgians do speak Dutch. But it's going to be second tongue here for Gilbert here this week. Unless he's talking to himself, of course, in his mother tongue.
70.
Another for the bullseye and the win.
145.
Done well to turn this around,
156.
Reese Robinson. It's been a scrappy affair, but he's lifted himself. And to be blunt,
60.
Gilbert hasn't.
25.
And that's a win for Reese Robinson, but it's also a win
Reese Robinson.
for Tommy Morris, because having lost his opener, he could have found himself 4 points behind the Dutchman. Instead, he remains as you were at the start of the day after Robinson inflicts a defeat after winning 4 straight legs from 2-0 behind in that one. But the one you've all been waiting for is coming up next. It is the top of the table tie between the two players tied on points at the summit of this Super Series group. Henderson meets Harrison after this break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Game shot the fourth leg. Andreas Harrison. Game
And it's a
shot
route
the
to success
second
as
leg.
well.
Potentially the most important game of the day is the third match and the first match for the two that are sharing first place in the table, as John Henderson and Andreas Harrison go head-to-head. Nothing to separate them. Both on 16 points. Harrison with the marginal advantage based on his leg difference in this group, and it is a marginal advantage, only one leg between the pair of them. But the Swede is back at the Super Series in Series 8 after winning Series 7. The 49-year-old looking to double up Luke Littler style here at the Live Lounge. John Henderson, though, one of the main contenders to stop him doing that. Can he eliminate him this week? You'd expect them both to be there at finals night, but which one of them will be at finals night by virtue of winning Group A? This match could be the difference. Which way will it go? Myself, Chris Murphy and Paul Nicholson will talk you through it.
Yeah, looking forward to this and have been since about 1:30 yesterday afternoon. So bring it on, lads. Let's see what we can do.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
And here's another nugget of how they can't be separated. Hendo won 4-2 on Monday and Andreas won 4-2 yesterday, so it's 6-all.
140.
Did like your point at the start of the show about Henderson being a little more consistent in his results. Harrison, brilliant yesterday,
41.
but had his off moments on Monday, I think it's fair to say.
But here we go with his worst performance of yesterday.
60.
And bearing in mind some of the weeks we've had and some of the players that we've seen come and go, his worst average yesterday was in his first game against Culleton, 90.91. That was his
121.
worst one.
He is the type of player as well who, when he's been here in the past, has grown into the week, hasn't he?
60.
He seems to have got better and better as the week goes on. In fact, his Champions Week campaign speaks to that. Certainly in terms of results.
Some people aren't that comfortable at the
94.
head of the field. They'd rather chase. They'd rather work their way through the campaign. Be like a marathon runner. Some people are really comfortable at the start and
85.
they will take on the initial headwinds and things like that. But some people would rather be in the slipstream and wait for their opportunity. We're about to find out who prefers to be the leader.
100. Andreas, you reckon
Well, if he's going to get better this week, then they might as well give him the trophy now.
$100.
That's what I would call an unlucky 100.
It's going to stick to the 60.
45.
But can only trim off the 45. So with Harrison having the darts, he does take the lead, starting in 17 darts. And when he had the darts yesterday, he did win. So if we are looking for some sort of pattern as to who could possibly win this match and take the lead at the top of the table, having the darts has been crucial over the last couple of days.
96.
Can we wax lyrical about the level of play that we got from Andreas on the whole yesterday? Because we touched on it
60.
at the end of yesterday's show. His average for the day was 100.79. And very, very few times have we seen somebody averaging three figures for a daily campaign.
61.
That is an extraordinary effort from a brilliant player.
Yeah, sensational. And the stats that go with being champion.
140.
He certainly rocked here at the Super Series. Speaking of rocking,
60.
if the camera pans down to below waist level there, John Henderson, he actually sits on a rocking horse when he throws darts.
There's something I want to see. I hope that horse is clad in
140.
tartan, especially today when Scotland are going to take on Switzerland later.
95. Andreas, you reckon
Can't imagine any Scottish people are going to have any Swiss cheese sandwiches today. Or any fondue. Oh, he's on it. And he's going for it.
130.
He's setting in his stall out is the man from Sweden. Hendo's got to get a hold of this game pretty quickly. Otherwise, Harrison could be in the distance. Brilliant.
160.
Is it a visit too late, I wonder? 2 4s. And Hendo gets his chance. The pressure was applied. You've got to give him credit for that. One of his chosen few is missed.
18.
And that could be the difference.
Andreas
That
should
one
require
visit
4.
could set the tone for this entire match. It's got 2 bumpers.
2.
Oh, and it bumped too much.
John requires 6.
Only one route left.
No
And he
score.
hasn't found it. He's had 2
Andreas
visits
required 2.
to take care of 24 points.
No
And that was
score.
always going to be awkward for Harrison, that first
John
start.
requires 6.
The standard is different today,
Game shot on the
but
second
the
leg.
drama
John
is
Henderson.
better. We have no idea where the next turn is.
Third leg, it's
but we know it's
Andreas
1-1
to
for
throw
now.
first. Game on.
It'd be interesting to see the stats actually on how a week progresses. Is the
64.
qualification day in any group likely to be the day where the stats are a little bit more modest than the days where it's
49.
not final?
Yeah, I think so. Especially when you've got 2 or 3 players gunning for that top spot. Just a few extra nerves. But maybe that refutes it. All 3 of those dark coloured points, my word, glued together. As for John's stuff yesterday, it was made to look modest because of what Andreas did. But he still averaged over 93 for the day.
83.
His doubles were excellent at 39%, but Harrison was just 1 percentage point better than that.
60.
And even though John hasn't played great in this game so far, remember the first game of the week when he was in real trouble against Reese Robinson? He still found a
60.
way to win that match 4-3. That's the kind of stuff he's going to need now. He needs to get himself off the canvas a little bit. I know he's level, but he shouldn't be in a second.
60.
And when you're frustrated at the start of a match, you've got to change your thinking and your confidence and your positivity with your own play.
Harrison's so a little positive at the end of
Game
legs,
shot on the third leg. Andreas Harrison.
even though the doubling stats are not great for him. He's given himself chances, hasn't he, on big checkouts
Full leg
a
is
couple of
John to
times
throw
now,
first.
and this time he
Game on.
hits. John Henderson, as you alluded to earlier, may have other
100.
things on his mind today. Has to ensure that he does the job for Scotland because, let's be honest, they're unlikely to tonight.
121.
I won't tell him he said that. There's been a lot made of the marketing campaign of a very famous Scottish soft
60.
drink in the last couple of weeks. But John Henderson doesn't really have a man shaft behind him.
40.
He's going solo. There is no help on the stage when you're up there. This is a very different sporting dynamic of
100.
going up there and doing your business compared to having 10 teammates with you.
And for all our Scottish viewers, I will apologise for that comment if I am wrong.
81.
Don't worry, there's always a Super Series.
Oh, that's a good recovery dart, that one.
123.
And the third is arguably better still.
Well, we saw Harrison take out 114 to win the previous leg. Now Henderson wants to
99.
produce a bit of
Going to
one-upmanship.
require 118.
Well, do you agree with this route or not?
No.
I don't. He's going for treble 8 there for tops.
78.
That treble 18 just caused more
Congratulations, require
problems.
100.
Yeah,
160.
we've decided to go for a shot where if he's going to go that way, he requires 2 trebles rather than a treble and a single. I think that's a mistake.
I was talking yesterday about how He has
Gonna
evolved
require
as a
40.
counter, but that is a shot that obviously needs some work.
Gauge on the
The leg
foreface,
doesn't because it's
John
over.
Henderson.
I think the problem with Henderson there is he's so determined to leave tops.
Fifth
He's
leg,
almost
it's
thinking
Andreas
about what
to throw
happens
first.
if
Game
he
on.
doesn't hit the treble 21st start.
That makes sense to me.
It felt like because Harrison was on 160, he would rather come back with 3 darts at tops than
97.
get 1 dart at something else in the first visit. So maybe it was a calculated risk.
100.
I don't know what it is about that 18 segment, but there are a couple of finishes that end with an 8. And you use the 18s sometimes on approach. 118, 128. They're very tricky finishes.
Can I blow my own trumpet for a moment?
Of course you
I
can.
had a little practice myself last night. Haven't thrown darts for a while. Took out 140. 54, 54, 32.
All right, Crossy.
Can I tell you something else?
Yeah?
First dart was aimed at treble 20.
100.
Classic. You're still going to hit the next 2, though, so I'll give you full props for that. Oh, John was
100.
eager to leave 1-2-1 there. He is first to the finish, but you would still have Andreas Harrison as a marginal favourite. But do
43.
you still? I don't.
Johnny Rockaway,
It's about time
161.
Harrison had this kind of thing done against him. I actually think it would have been interesting there to see if John Henderson would have gone for that. Harrison on 140. This week, when a player's on 2 treble visits, he hasn't been doing it. It might not be a 2 treble visit. It might be a 2 double visit.
He's already done it this week. He's now done it
Gauge
twice.
on the
He's showing the
fifth
world how to take 140
Andreas
out
Harrison.
with 2 double tops. A seriously good finish
Sixth player gets John to throw first.
at a
Game
very
on.
good moment to get it as well. That really has stung Hendo a little bit. But we are
95.
still on throw. Some of the best races that you see in athletics, they're not necessarily at world record pace either.
93.
It's when the laps are just a little slower and then you realise the runners have got a bit more energy in the final lap.
51.
Well, the game has had some massive moments. It's had a couple of big checkouts from Harrison 114 and 140. Are they going to be the difference?
135.
And is he going to get the better of John Henderson once again in the Group A campaign? Did it in Series 6, got to Champions Week, of course, went to Champions Week in Series 7, which was a series without John Henderson.
140.
He's proving to be the thorn in the Highlanders' side.
And how many times have we seen people contending to win Group A but don't make Saturday?
95.
The word that should be associated with winning Group A is guarantee. Saturday is guaranteed. And there's no guarantee for the people who don't win the group.
127.
That's what you're playing for on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Also, let me just make the point that the winner of Group A
96.
picks up a nice group
Gonna
winners
require
bonus
88.
as well. So financially, there's a reward. John
Gauge
Henderson,
on
though,
the sixth flag.
still
John
staking his
Henderson.
claim to be that Group A winner, and it all comes down to a single leg to determine which one of
Seventh and
them
final leg, it's
will be in
Andreas
the
to throw
lead
first. Game on.
after their final battle of the group.
Fascinating stuff. And we knew that something like this was going to happen.
60.
It's a big fixture, don't get me wrong, but they will be broken up after this leg, and it will be all about the people that they play for the rest of the day. It means that
44.
every single round has massive significance for Group B and for the winner of Group A. We're going to have a really good rest of Wednesday, that's for sure.
121.
I think it's curious, you know, that Harrison has kept the Sweden colours on today after that brilliant display on Tuesday. I wonder if that's a superstition thing.
62.
Do you notice that he wore his grey shirt on Monday? That was the one he wore when he won the Champions Night.
Potentially.
100.
If you think I'm talking poppycock, dart players do think that way.
Well, he is in the box seat.
97.
All that last dart in the treble does for Henderson is gives him a glimmer, but he's now hoping for mistakes from Andreas Harrison.
60.
140 gets him back in the leg.
Yeah, it only gets him effectively level, though, doesn't it? And it's not going to happen. So it's 6 darts for Harrison
60.
from 160.
Andreas, you require 160.
And since missing all those darts, he was struggling early. He's taken out 2 big combo finishers. That run ends here, but he does leave himself perfectly
140.
placed.
John will feel that the game is gone now. He's got to make peace with that in his own mind, but he must get to a finish just in case Harrison has
92.
any sort of
Andreas,
trouble
required
on the outer
20.
ring to win the match.
And he can use that. He does use it.
Game shot
And Andreas Harrison gets the better of John Henderson in what could prove to be the pivotal point of Group A. The reigning Modus Super Series champion gets a head start on Henderson today. A 4-3 win, an average just north of 90 from the Swede, who took out that 140 with 2 tops for the second time this week. Henderson now will have to hope for a slip-up somewhere from Harrison, but that hasn't looked likely. He carries on this fantastic winning run in this group with that victory over his title rival. It's a run that actually stretches all the way back to his second game on Monday. He's playing really, really well, and he's looking like the man to beat. Coming up next, it is a battle at the other end of the table. Nile Culleton takes on Reese Robinson. Well, have we just seen the big match, the big moment here at the Modus Super Series when Andreas Harrison got the better of John Henderson. This 140 tops check out, an absolute stunner. The second time he's gone this route this week. That really helped him on his way to that 4-3 win against Henderson, and it carries on what is now an 8-match winning streak for the Swede. Andreas Harrison is top of the table after that victory by the virtue of that victory. 2 points clear of Henderson. Gilbert van der Meijden is 2 clear of Tommy Morris. Their match against each other could be the difference for who goes into Group B. Reese Robinson and Nile Culleton, though, well, they know that they're going to be in Group C, barring a miracle. And they play each other now. Robinson, who got the victory in his first match against Van der Meijden, 4-2. But Nile Culleton, arguably the most impressive player of the first set of fixtures.
I'd have to agree. He's got the biggest average of round 1 and the largest margin of victory as well. And 50% on the doubles against Tommy Morris. But if he causes more problems in this match for Robinson, that will be very good for Tommy.
It's Nile to throw first. Game on. $140. $43.
The table complexity so far this morning is very
60.
interesting if you're as analytical as we are, Murph. Because Tommy Morris currently has a 4-point cushion between 4th, where he sits, and Robinson at 5th. He's
60.
constantly looking up to try and get to 3rd. But if he looks around and he sees Robinson win this game, all of a sudden someone is only 2 points behind him. And we've already talked about financial rewards in the table.
140.
Every position is different.
Well, we didn't really account for both Morris and Van der
60.
Meijden losing their
Oh,
opening
yeah,
games. Is there a way for Robinson to sneak into Group B here?
I think there could be. But he must keep going with the quality that we've seen so far today. At times,
137.
I know he only averaged 76 in that first win, but there were little smatterings of quality. The consistency must be there if he's going to find himself winning 5 games out of 5 today, which I think is exactly what he needs. That's a beautiful dart from Nile.
Nile Culleton.
He is cooking with gas today, isn't he? Well, interestingly,
Game on.
the last 2 times we've seen Reese in shot, he's not looked particularly comfortable.
100.
You and I talked about it earlier in the week, Murph, about dart players and injuries. More players are playing more than ever these days. And I think the
95.
next phase of the evolution of a dart player is about recovery. The person who gave me the inkling on this was Mark Dudbridge,
55.
someone who's had some success here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But I once saw him at a Pro Tour event with the rubberized bands that you see in a
41.
chiropractor's office or a physio's office, and he was doing stretches before and after play. And I think that is something
60.
that top-level players like this and beyond need to look into, because the rigors of playing all day long, the last thing you want to do is just lie down in a bed afterwards because you're tired. You need to have those powers of recovery which are smart.
64.
And that's why certain other sports people are better than ever.
Brilliant.
180.
We spoke in his previous match about how he throws the darts in terms of the grip of the dart changing, but he does mix it up in terms of pace as well, doesn't he, Reese Robinson?
Yeah, he's a mixed bag of lollies.
54. Race require 106.
That's an Aussie way of saying mixed bag of sweets, by the way. Double 16.
Game
And
shot
every
the
time he gets it
second
right, you think, well, how
Reese
can he get it
Robinson.
wrong? He's so talented.
They'll let it's Nile to throw first.
He almost
Game on.
reminds me a bit of Aaron Monk, you know. Maverick style player. They can do anything they want, but they are infuriatingly inconsistent.
100.
But when they get it right, my word, they show us that this game is not just fun, but they can make it look
92.
easy.
Well, there's a question for you in this match, which may or may not be meaningless yet. Based on results, there could be a way into Group B for one of these players, but Reese Robinson has been known as the Maverick
59.
of the Modus Super Series, but who is the ultimate darting Maverick? There's a question for you in the chat. Give us your answer by the end of this game,
100.
and me and Paul will discuss the options, and we are going to open it up, not just current players, but from any time.
100.
I'll keep my answer under wraps for a couple of legs because it's a pretty easy question for me.
Okay. So, well-known player.
Absolutely.
Not one of your old mates from Warilla Bowls Club or somewhere like that.
First mention of the day of the Warilla Bulls Club, the home of the Dart Players Australia circuit. Lovely place. You've been, haven't you?
I have actually, yeah.
92.
You are not anybody in Australian darts if you have not won at the Warilla Bulls Club.
Can Nile Culleton be roped into being a Maverick himself here? Because yesterday, when Reese Robinson was on 150, he went for 3 balls.
150.
Tempted? He was tempted. And sometimes you want to show the person who is known for the shot how it's done. However, this is not the time for Reese to go 20 bull.
But will he be tempted by the fact that Nile was tempted?
There was a bit of a grin on his face there, but he's got his head screwed on right as he goes for double 16 again.
54. Nile, you're required
Could still
50.
be a Maverick. I don't think he'll do it this time. Plays it safe, plays it straight.
10.
That first start at
requires
tops
16.
was awful. And I don't just mean because it was a little bit further away, it was because it was shielding everything about that double top. Just like that double 8 is shielded right now.
Game
Not for
shot on
long.
the third leg. Reese Robinson.
A little feel of the elbow again. There's a lengthy week for him
For
here.
leg, it's Reese to throw
I'm sure he knew that
first.
he'd actually broken the throw
Game.
there. We're starting to get a couple of mentions in for the Maverick question. Get-a-win price is one option. Well, someone who walks onto stage wearing massive ear defenders, you have to put in that category, I suppose. I would put him about 7 out of 10 in terms of
140.
Maverick moves. Jose de Sosa is an option. Now, maybe I just think that's unintentional when it comes to Jose, so I wouldn't really include him, although some of his shot choices.
45.
6 out of 10 for me.
What about Eric Bristow? That's my answer.
It's a good answer.
91.
Luke Littler, I mean, yeah, fair enough. When he was here, certainly did Reese Robinson and more, didn't he? Jockey Wilson, another answer.
Fabulous answer, that one.
140.
I think Peter Wright has to be up there as well, you know. The version of him we had about 8 years ago, 10 years ago,
135.
when he was really entertaining the Premier League crowds and upsetting some of his opponents while doing it.
Yeah, and if you look back at that time, his Mohican was higher.
100.
It was a proper thing then. Nowadays, it's just a bit mundane.
Desmond in the chat agrees with you. Paul Eric
85.
Bristow could not have been any more against the grain during his era. He's called him an arrogant, irresponsible genius. I think he's paraphrasing an old great commentary line there.
Yeah, I think that's very accurate. I wonder what Eric would think of this. You ever thought about that?
It'd be great if, while we're having the chat about Mavericks, Reese Robinson just goes straight for the bullseye here, wouldn't it?
31. Richard
Well,
required 50.
he could, but he doesn't. Double 16 for 3-1.
34.
He will be back for 8s, which he hit last time. A somewhat untidy game at this point. Nile not delivering the same sort of quality that we saw from game 1.
140.
But he does ask the question.
16.
Last time it was dart 3.
Game shot
This
to
time it's
forfeit,
right in the middle on
Reese
dart 1.
Robinson.
And Robinson could well be creating that gap between himself and Culleton in 5th and 6th
Nile
once
to throw
again.
first.
And
Game on.
only being 2 points behind Tommy Morris if he gets one more leg. But his leg difference is dismal compared to the others.
However, Tommy Morris is going to play John Henderson in the next match. So that could start to
180.
work in Reese's favour. It might not even need leg difference. As Culleton fills it up.
60.
I'm trying to go through the decades about darting Mavericks, you know. We've talked about the 70s and the 80s with Eric and Jockey.
What if we go
Even
sort of
Alan Evans, really.
60.
early noughties? What about Manley and Mardle?
Model because of what he did with
41.
the walk-on, the shirts, the exuberance. But Manley, some of the routes he used to take. On a 9-dart attempt, he once went 51 tops and missed the bull. And that was well before anybody else tried it.
57.
Someone's actually made a case for Michael Van Gerwen, and the reasoning for it is hitting checkouts when the other players missed it, even when he's not on that
140.
checkout, which is quite a Maverick move, isn't it?
Oh, the old 1-4-1 trick.
You have to. Chizzy has missed the 9-darter. He's done it a couple of times, actually.
Yeah, he did it in the Premier League this year as well.
140.
That is funny. That's a bit of a calling card for Michael now. If anybody else tries that, that's purely because Michael's already done it.
And he's gone straight for bullseyes and things like that on 50.
40.
So, yeah, I think I would put
Nile,
him
we require
in the
64.
conversation.
Well, let's see if Nile takes the 64, because there's another point to make about bullseye with 3 darts in hand. And Culleton will have to wait to take like 5. But will he be pressurised?
45. Nile, we
Looks
require
like he's going to
20.
coast. Or at least he should. Couldn't get a better guide. Very, very
Game
well
shot on the
done.
5th leg. Nile
The game is
Culleton.
still alive. This is game 4 of 15 today. And you can see the pain on the
Superb
face of
Reese
Robinson
to
at
throw
the fact he
first.
didn't get a chance to
Game
win the match in leg 5. But on that Maverick move of going for bullseye with 3 darts, Taylor did it years ago to Gary Mawson at the World Match Play to finish the
41.
match with a 10-dart leg. Seen back then as a Maverick move and a brilliant thing to do. It got everybody on their feet. However, years ago, or years past that, it was done against him. He didn't like it.
45.
Yeah, well, the more famous one is against Kevin Painter, isn't it? At the World Championship, when Painter had missed multiple darts at Bulldew in the match. Then Taylor finished the match by going straight for the bullseye. And Kevin didn't like it.
43.
Oh, the elbow then felt again. But before this game finishes, because we did say we'd wrap this conversation up during this match, I'm going to give 3 names, all associated with the Modus Super Series. Chris Mason, who himself
55.
had the bullseye on the 10-darter here when he made it through to finals night. Matthew Edgar, because he's a person that does his own thing in his own way, that prime time sort of mantle that he's taken, and he's actually elevated himself through all his work on social media, etc. But
41.
what is more Maverick than walking on, shouting it's clobbering time, wearing sunglasses, wearing a tie, sitting down on the stage, having a pop at the audience? I think of the bad boy of darts, Mr. Paul Nicholson, has to be top of that list. What do you think at home?
59.
Just my quest to try and be different. If I may be honest, though,
60.
most of those things were based on what other people did first. So the sitting down on the stage, CM Punk. Clobbering time, CM Punk. Shades, something to do with the Matrix.
45.
The waistcoat and tie thing was an homage to Tom Kirby of Ireland, because he sadly passed in 2009, I think it was.
What about waving goodbye to Phil Taylor? Not many had done that before.
Six.
That was original. That was all me.
And recently, only very recently, actually, he actually admitted that was the intention.
Yeah, well. Mark Webster didn't believe me, you know. All those years, he says, I'm glad you finally told the truth.
100.
I was being political.
Yeah, if anyone can give me a better one than that, then do let us know, because this game still might have more than one leg in it.
100.
Is there a case here, Murph, that Robinson is starting to throw the flatter dart because it's less pressure on his elbow?
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder
59.
how good
Reese require 156.
Reese Robinson might be with his left hand, because that would be a help if he needs to rest the elbow.
Where's Graham Usher when you need him?
Nile, you require 138.
He's pretty decent with his other hand. Now, Robinson can win the match now if he takes out 100. And if he is feeling slightly
98.
sore,
Reese require
you're better
100.
off getting this done quicker. And right now.
60.
He's trying to speed
Nile
it up a little
require
bit and make
40.
sure that he really attacks there. But Culleton is looking to force a decider.
Game shot on the sick flag.
Which he does.
Nile Culleton.
Doesn't look comfortable, does he? Doesn't look happy at all here, Reese
Seventh and
Robinson.
final leg, it's Nile to throw first.
It's hard work. Day 3. He's
Game
playing
on.
in his 12th match of the week. I know that he's done it many, many times before. But in order to find out just how hard this discipline can be, you have to speak to somebody who's done it. I haven't played in this place
55.
in a Group A situation, followed by another 2 days and a finals night. I've only played Thursday, Friday. That was quite hard. But if you speak to Chris Mason, for example, and you get him to tell you about his
43.
exploits playing week 12 of Series 1, then commentating for 3 days, then getting to the Champions Night, ask him about it if you get a chance. He worked very, very hard.
58.
This is a marathon, not a sprint, and it's difficult.
42.
Now, has he changed his flights? Because if you remember earlier on today, he did have monograms on those luminescent flights. Those flights didn't have anything.
$100.
Or maybe it's just a visual illusion.
Yeah, well, the second one doesn't look like it's got anything, but the
100.
first and third did. So, yeah, I think the answer is no.
There you can see the angle of entry for Culleton with those stealth darts.
140.
I am convinced that over the years he's been tinkering, trying to find a formula just like this. But the all-black approach from the end of the point to the end of the flight is because I think he's looking for the stealth
50.
way of doing things.
No,
That was one of the first times that we've seen this evident elbow trouble for Reese Robinson, where it's actually manifested in the throw. The dart was dragged down. And he's just trying to get it loose in the background there as well. Just a couple of practice swings.
This is where the dart players should be prepared if they've got any sort of discomfort. You can bring
32.
things along to make things easier. If I was in his position, I'd bring a massage gun.
Well, speaking of the gun, Tommy Morris mentioned before, didn't he, had a broken wrist a couple of years ago. And
121.
he's had to bounce back from that, and it's
No,
one of the
we
reasons
require
why he's a bit more deliberate
160.
on the doubles.
Chance to win the match on tops.
Game
And he's done
shot
just
of
that.
match.
He
No
leaves the arm out
Culleton.
there. And he leaves Reese Robinson in no man's land in the table. Because now he does have a little bit of company on 6 points in the shape of Culleton. However, he will remain at the bottom of the table because of his leg difference. Tommy Morris has now got that 4-point cushion still. and he's going to take on Hendo in Game 5, which is arguably more important for Hendo than it is for Tommy. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. John Henderson, who lost his first game today against Andreas Harrison by 4-3, is now looking to respond and to equalise Andreas's position, although he will have a game in hand against Gilbert van der Meijden in the next match. As for Tommy, he's sitting on 10 points, still trying to get into that third position. They both have their own motives, but Group A is always about who wins it. And the secondary motive is who gets the Group B spots. They both have their own little challenge ahead. But if I may say what I did at the end of the last match, it's about the winning position first, and then we'll talk about Group B after that.
Throw first. Game on.
So Hendo has the darts, and he dearly needs a win here.
Yeah, but so does Tommy Morris, doesn't he? For his bid to make it into Group B. They're both 2 points off the player that they're chasing and could go level if they win this game. It looks like Tommy Morris has made a bit of a change there.
We've been watching Tommy for well over a year here in Portsmouth, and at no time have I ever seen him deviate away from using the aluminium stem and the foldable Rhino-style flight.
99.
I just wonder if something's happened this morning with a little bit of experimentation that he thinks that this technology might just give him a little bit of extra straightness in the air, because they're going in at a slightly different position for me.
Well, let me just let you into a little secret. Before play, the challenges that you often see on our YouTube channel, the players do them before play on a morning, and today's challenge, which will be out
139.
in due course, was a dart
161.
swap challenge, and it looks like Tommy Morris is using somebody else's equipment there.
I think he's got them from Nile Culleton.
99.
Read into that what you will.
78.
Double 12.
Oh, and he didn't stop at all. It really rapidly
Yeah, he
threw
was
at that
on the
double. When he did
first
stop,
there.
he hit the next one.
Tommy Morris.
Very rare for him to do that.
I'll tell you one
So
thing
can I
as
get
well.
Tommy
If
to
he
throw
keeps
first?
doing that to
Game
Hendo,
on.
John's going to say, Niall, get your flights back. I think he might be onto something here
140.
because the weighting of that flight in the stem, they're definitely straighter than before.
100.
Imagine that if someone did the dart swap challenge, actually played really well with someone else's set of darts, and it
56.
took them to the next level in their career. I think our social media team would be on for some form of commission, wouldn't they?
That's entirely up to them.
180.
John's not going to change anything. He very rarely does.
When you do see that dart swap challenge, just look out for John Henderson's reaction at having to
138.
throw something else. Plenty of content on the YouTube channel available at the moment, including that incredible bullseye challenge that Paul's been talking about since it happened, and it's now out. Just watch that in its entirety. But watch this, because he's done it already this week. This is his bullseye challenge.
120.
Couldn't quite complete it.
Don't require 81.
Unquestionably, after looking at that bullseye, they are going in straighter. How good is this?
69.
Not good enough.
Tommy required
And Morris
47.
could double his lead with double 16.
Game shot on the second.
There is one hungry
Tommy
dart
Morris.
player. He's got plenty of bullets, and he is firing and hitting at the minute. He's on
Good luck, it's John
course
to throw first.
to be in
Game on.
third position at the end of this match, because he does have that superior leg difference to that of Gilbert.
Well, in every single match today, apart from the one between
140.
Henderson and Harrison, where they were level on points before the game went in, the player below the other one in the table has won the game. And that could continue here.
100.
This is a bit more of what we saw the last couple of days. Well, this is a great camera angle. As you can see, normal entry angle there for John,
100.
attacking the first dart. Let's have a look at Tommy's. They are definitely going in straighter than the last couple of days.
45.
Because his usually kink flight left, point right. If he's figured that out, and this could maybe give him a bit of, I don't know, an extra
95.
1.5% more consistency, that's an enormous jump.
And you just actually saw from that second look at that camera angle that there was room
97.
above the darts to try and locate that treble. It comes away in the end. Henderson on 166 leaves it very, very handy
126.
on his favourite double. And look, what a performance he's putting in. He's not won a leg yet, but he's averaging 107 in this match.
44. John
Looking for a
require
13
40.
darter here.
Game shot
And that's
on
what he
third
gets.
there. John Henderson.
Got such a lovely array
Well,
of
there
dart
gets Tommy to
shirts,
throw
hasn't he?
first.
The
Game on.
Highlander. But the tartan on that shirt today is very reminiscent
140.
of the tartan that he wore when he was playing Michael van Gerwen in Aberdeen. What's the say up there? Aberdeen.
140.
If you look at the road sign, it actually starts with an O in Gaelic.
125.
Great look at that Henderson garment. The Highlander looking to hit the heights in this group.
134.
Have you got any dart shirt collections at home?
I have
No.
actually got my own dart shirt, believe it or not.
140.
So you haven't got any Michael van Gerwen's or Gary Anderson's
Nothing
or John
like
Henderson?
that,
You
no.
just got your own.
Never asked a player for a shirt, never asked him to sign anything, never asked for a selfie.
100. Tommy require 96.
Oh, except one, yeah, I'll come back to that.
40.
I haven't
Tommy
received
require
them yet.
127.
Big shot this. And John's not going to get a shot of the bolt.
87.
But Morris
Tommy
could
required
re-establish
56.
that two-leg cushion if he finds tops.
Game shot on the fourth
Which he
leg.
does.
Tommy Morris.
Henderson in trouble. Could lose his first 2 games of a daily campaign for the first time this
Fifth leg
week.
is John to throw first.
Yeah, I am
Game
due to receive the nicest looking darts available, and I've shamelessly hinted that I want to get my hands on a set every time he's played it with the Super Series, and that are those of Jim McEwen, those regal blue and gold beauties.
99.
Finally buckled and reached out and said he'd bring me a set next time he's here.
Oh, that's nice of Jim to do that. They are a beautiful looking dart.
100.
Some of these things from Hendo. I've got a couple of belters in my collection. I've got a mint in box set of Alan
55.
Norris darts. I really like those. I'll never open them, and they're signed as well. But I've got a Makuru Suzuki shirt that people have offered me a lot of money for, which I'm never going to take. Because it's one of the shirts she wore
180.
when she won her second world title. I treasure that thing.
Well, this is ridiculous, isn't it?
99.
John Henderson
John
averaging
Everett,
111.64, losing 3-1. Yeah, not going for this.
59.
There was an argument for bullseye with the last dart, but with Tommy's position, he thought it was prudent to go for the 57. However, things might change.
180.
How quick was that
62.
from Morris?
Game
brilliant.
shot on the fifth leg.
Expert
John
use of the
Henderson.
dartboard from John Henderson. However, Tommy Morris is now throwing
Sixth leg is
to
Tommy to throw
ensure
first.
and not
Game on.
only does he go level on points with Gilbert van der Meijden, he'll actually leapfrog him in the table, and that's why provisionally
80.
Morris in third place and heading for Group B with either Henderson or Harrison.
You might have just come up with the next bit of content for the Modus Super Series.
140.
Dart players leapfrogging Owen Binks. That I would pay to see.
45.
Hopefully they fail and he gets a good boot in the head.
Oh, it's got to be a max.
140.
He's under-delivered dart 3. Still susceptible is John, but if he gets out of this with a win,
100.
he will deserve a pat on the back from himself and the others. Because this has been a difficult game.
Well, he hasn't let the way the game's gone affect him, has he? He's carried on playing at this incredibly
44.
high level and just trusted that that is going to be enough to win the match. It's enough to win most matches.
He's only allowed Tommy 5 darts at a double, but he has hit
43.
3 of them. If he keeps him at 5 attempts, that's good.
How often do we see this, though? Both players are actually producing the top 2 performances we've seen today. It's happened in the same match.
35.
I remember a game we had here with Ross Montgomery against David Evans. My word,
140.
that was
Required
off the
42.
charts. It was something fairly similar to this.
Game
But
shot
this
on
one's going the
sixth leg.
distance, and
John
this one is
Henderson.
about half the length of the previous match.
7th and final leg is
Well, he
John
absolutely
to throw
adores
first.
tops. He hits it
Game
again.
on.
Both players doubling has been great as well. That's partly why the averages are so high. 60%, the pair of them.
100.
You do get the feeling, because the doubles have been so good,
83.
that whoever gets first crack is going to win this match. He doesn't get a better first start than that.
95.
And walking away with 95 is a failure in his own mind.
Now he's going to have to think when he comes back, and he's really going to have to think now.
140.
Should be 19s here. And he hasn't thought, and he could well hit a 140 and not leave a finish. Well, in the end, he doesn't
59.
find a treble at all.
It's advantage Morris, especially now.
100.
Henderson's target here is to leave the low hundreds. It's a brilliant last start. It was a risky shot, but it has paid off. Now, who is going to get first crack?
Johnny required 113.
This group could change in the next 10 seconds.
Double 18. Henderson hits. Henderson wins.
John Henderson.
And despite the darting defiance of Tommy Morris in that game, the Classic is won by the Highlander, who averaged in that match an astonishing 107.15. He hit 4 out of 6 of his double attempts, including that match-winning 113. He reels off 3 straight to turn things around against Tommy Morris, who now will have to battle it out to get into the Group B positions. But John Henderson, with the 3rd highest average of the series so far, is back level with Andreas Harrison. That will change, or could change next, if Harrison gets the better of Gilbert van der Meijden.
Here we go again then. It is the round of 2 here on Wednesday. And this is going to be the end of that round. But who's going to get the win? Somebody is on an 8-game winning streak. If it stops there, John Henderson will be one delighted puppy, because he's now on 18 points towards the top of the table. But that could be protected by the Swede, who has the slightly better leg difference at this point. But Gilbert does have his motives. If he beats Andreas Harrison, he will bolster his position in the table for a Group B spot. A win to get to 14 points would put Gilbert 4 points behind Henderson and Harrison.
First leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
And it would almost put Tommy Morris on the shelf for Group C.
Arguably, despite the fact that Harrison won his first game and van der Meijden lost his, this is actually a more important match for Harrison than it is for Gilbert, because Henderson has won, meaning that Harrison is now under threat. And when you're on the same points as someone and the leg difference is so close, it's just 2 legs, A defeat can actually see you drop down the table,
58.
change position at the end of a loss, whereas Gilbert, of course, has that 2-point advantage over Tommy Morris, who will be earmarking
95.
his next match today, because that is the battle between the two of them.
40.
We've already talked about earmarking this week, haven't we? With earrings.
Yeah, in great detail.
You're not going to get much in the way of that from Andreas. He's a
99.
bit of a simple cat. Wakes up in the morning, combs his beard and says, "Where's the dartboard?"
134.
I wonder how long that beard's going to get, because I'm pretty convinced he hasn't shaved it since he made his World Championship debut in
60.
2020.
Gilbert, you require 132.
Well, that's a nice guide. We're not going to find out how good.
104.
Well, this is a decent start for Gilbert.
And he was on 132 with his opponent not on a finish, and he learnt his lesson, Paul.
55.
He bust that score
Gilbert,
earlier
require
if you missed it.
28. Game
And
shown
look
on
what Andreas
Thursday.
left as well.
Gilbert van der Meijden.
So there you go. It's a tale of 232s. Or should we say 3?
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
Well,
Game
back on day 1. The first game of the week for Andreas was against Gilbert van der Meijden, and
58.
Andreas lost it. One of only 2 defeats so far this week.
140.
Gilbert seems to be starting this game in a similar vein. Casper in the chat says it would be great to see a match between Henderson and Long. Well, you may well see that match at Champions Week
44.
if John Henderson gets through. Jim Long is already there, along with Tom Sykes. They are our first 2 winners, and we will be revealing next week's lineup tomorrow, so make sure you are
54.
tuned in. Double session, of course, Thursday and Friday. The action getting underway from 1 p.m. You can watch darts, and then
134.
I'm sure many of you watching here in England will be tuning into the football straight afterwards.
140.
Yeah, most of the nations that are playing here this week are represented in
95.
the Euros.
167.
Great first start. Now Andreas has got a chance of our first
84.
170 of the week to finish a leg.
170.
Needs a next door neighbour. Gets one.
145.
Whistles past the wire.
We require 83.
83 then for Van der Meijden. He may be taking aim at the bull.
58. Andreas require
That 25 and bull wire is weighing a little bit less now microscopically because it's been clipped twice.
Game shown the
But we do have a
second
level
leg.
match. Andreas has done a good
Harrison.
job there. He could have easily been 2-0 down.
The leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
Well, on the theme of football, Paul, I'm going to give a question that I think will be right up your strasser. 6 players in this group.
23.
So, a 6-a-side football team, 1 goalkeeper, couple of defenders, couple of midfielders and a striker. Who's playing where?
Is this because of that tweet yesterday from
45.
one of Joe Cullen's fan
I
pages?
did see that, yeah.
That was
It
genius.
was. I disagreed with a lot of them, but what would you do for this group? Who's a goalkeeper? Let's start with that.
43.
I'm going to put Gilbert in goal.
Okay, I like Reese Robinson in nets.
100.
No, you need a Maverick in the middle of the pitch, though, don't you? He's your Bruno Guimaraes. He's your Jude Bellingham.
He's my Fabian
81.
Barthez.
Okay. So I need 2 defenders. Is that right? Or 3 defenders?
Well, yeah, well, we can do whatever formation you want, but I was thinking 2-2-1.
137.
I'll go 2 defenders then. I'll have Hendo and
100.
Culleton. Because, let's face it, Culleton's made of something very strong. I'd have Harrison up front.
100.
And I'd have Morris and Robinson in the middle.
Okay. I'm swapping it around. So I want Robinson in. I agree with your defence. In fact, I might move
98.
Harrison to defence.
Andreas, you require 190.
Come back to it, because right now he's attacking.
$99. Gilbert
I'll put him up
require
front because I think he's the best finisher this week.
156.
He's not been hitting the bar much.
50. Andreas, you require 20.
Well, let's see. He
Game
shoots,
shot
he
the
scores.
third leg. Andreas Harrison.
2-1 to Harrison. Break as well. Yeah, mine is this. Robinson in goal.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas
A
to throw
back
first.
two of Henderson and
Game on.
Harrison. A midfield of Van der Meijden and Culleton, and I think Tommy Morris up front for the pace.
81.
I can get behind that. I did send a message to that fan page yesterday saying you've got to do it for every single nation in the Euros, which would be a bit of a stretch, but if they've got the time, that would be quite funny. But they had Nathan Aspinall in goal, didn't they? Because he was a keeper.
He was, yeah. I believe Adrian Lewis was a very good footballer in his
68.
younger days as well.
Yeah, he really was. He was very, very good. But I think the funniest part of that interaction yesterday on social media
57.
was Dave Chisnell's reply saying, "Oh yeah, me and Bobby Cross would boss that midfield." Brilliant from Chisnell.
Brilliant from Andreas Harrison,
180.
who has seen what John
44.
Henderson's just done and has decided, right, it's time to pick it up.
Yeah, bravo to Hendo for what he did. And he followed the script, didn't he?
40.
After leg 4, he did not allow Tommy Morris a dart at a double. That's how you win darts matches from behind.
43.
Does this change the route for Andreas? Does he bother with the
132.
bullseye? Well, he won't get to bother with it at the end of the visit, but he
92.
does set it up expertly.
It's not the level we've seen
47.
from Andreas
Andreas, you require
most
40.
of this week, but it's still effective.
Game shot the
All he's got to
leg.
do is beat Gilbert in what
Andreas
he's doing at the minute, and he's doing a very good job of that. And if he gets a big win,
Fifth leg, it's Gilbert to
he
throw
will
first.
stretch his
Game on.
lead at the top. It's not about the points solo at this point.
140.
If he was to get a 4-1 victory, the leg difference would be better as well, making things harder for John to catch him.
Well, we're in a really important phase of the day here because
137.
over the run of 4 matches that we're now in game 2 of, Henderson and Harrison are playing alternately in every one of those games.
140.
So Henderson will ask the question and then Harrison will immediately get the chance to answer. And he's answering well here.
Oh, so good.
180.
He is kicking now. Second maximum, and the average is climbing up towards 94 all of a sudden. This is a
85.
huge, huge up in tempo and in quality. You can see through that 140 with more speed. And he's on 44 after 9, which might not be a winning shot. Will it? Now it is. Gilbert has done his very best to stop Harrison, but he might be unstoppable.
And it's going to be a huge game between himself and Tommy Morris coming up soon. But Andreas Harrison,
28.
well, he hasn't quite crossed the line yet. Van der Meijden gets a reprieve.
Gilbert, you require 8.
He can't find it.
Andreas, you require 16.
What an invitation for the Swede to be the first player to 20 points in the table. The win streak is now 9. If he makes it 10, We are running the risk that he might not be caught, but the man in Swedish colours is flying the flag for himself and for his country brilliantly here this week with another really decent performance, over 92 the average. The checkouts were excellent as well. And now we turn our attention back to Hendo as he takes on Nile Culleton at the start of round 3 on Wednesday.
It is the final day of Group A on week 3 of Super Series 8, and here's what's happened so far on this wonderful Wednesday. Nile Culleton beating Tommy Morris in the opener. Reese Robinson in action in the next game. Better not go down that road. Andreas Harrison, a 4-3 winner against John Henderson in what could be the most crucial match of the entire week. And that means that after Harrison beat Gilbert van der Meijden before the break, Paul, he is top of the table.
Indeed he is. And if you look at the leg difference column between the two players, there's now a 5-leg cushion as well. So that means that Hendo, no matter what the win here, if he gets it, he's not going to go top of the table in round number 3. So, Culleton, undefeated for the day, an unknown feeling for the week going into round 3 of a day. Can he cause havoc for the Highlander? We're about to find out. But dearly, John Henderson must keep the quality that we found in Game 5. And boy, did we get quality. 107.15, the best average of the day by some distance.
Well, now I've got my teeth back in, ready to talk through this one. And it won't be, despite this being a match between two players with 12
First leg,
points
it's Nile to throw
between
first.
them.
Game
From
on.
what we've seen so far, this will be no walkover for John Henderson. Make no mistake about that.
I don't think any game is necessarily a walkover, but I think you need to be very ready
100.
for the potent threat that your opponent could pose, especially when they've had their best start of the week. But the word dovetail came up in
140.
conversation before we came back on the air. I think this game has dovetailed really well because you've got one undefeated player and someone who is finding the best that they've found all day long. So they're meeting, in my opinion, at just the right time.
Having seen Harrison win against Van der Meijden, Henderson cannot afford a slip-up.
57.
Harrison will return in the next game against Robinson. Reese, that is. And Morris plays Van der Meijden in what will be the pivotal match in that battle for third place and a place in Group B.
That's a good recovery from John. First start just a little low. Well, what was Cully thinking there?
164.
That really didn't work out well. He's given John Henderson 2 visits for 164.
100.
I guess the answer is that he wasn't thinking.
He was on 263, and that is not the number to start on 19s.
90.
Unless
John,
you get the
requires
treble
64.
first start, or if you get the single first start, then you switch. Double top for John.
44.
And Cully does get a chance
Nile, you require
to
75.
take 165 in 6 starts, possibly 5. Needs the 6th.
Game shot.
6th on 6.
Nile Culleton.
Very poetic for him, and he continues to impress.
Second leg is John,
Especially on the outer ring. So far today, 9 hits from 23. That's pretty good.
You have to give John Henderson his due props, though. He didn't let it bother him that he found himself 3-1 behind in his previous match and rattled off the last 3 legs against Tommy Morris to get the win.
96.
But if we may be frank, he can't win games 4-3 now. Now that Harrison is in the past, fixture-wise, they are going to be split up
60.
no matter what happens at the end of the day. Someone's going to win the group and someone's going to go to Group B. But because he can't doubly affect his leg difference now, it's the gap of 4 legs that is huge.
134.
He can only go up 4 legs maximum per match. If we're starting to see the Swede winning 4-1, that makes things even harder for Hendo.
93.
And even if he wins 4-3, he's then relying on the Swede losing. If we may look at his remaining
100.
fixtures, he's got Robinson next. He's got Morris in 12. And he's got Culleton in game 15. John's job today was not only to
24.
beat Harrison, it was to make sure that when he plays Gilbert Van der Meijden in game 13, that he can set a total that would be good enough to beat the Swede.
And he's just opened the door here for
60.
Culleton, who hasn't made the progress he would have liked, but will return for the 111 to break the Henderson throw at the first possible opportunity.
140. Now
Okay.
we require 111.
He doesn't leave double two, but he could have. How good is Niles doubling this time?
71.
Microscopically
Now we
off.
require 44.
Who likes Motown? We do, we do.
Game shot the second leg.
He
John
do.
Henderson.
Henderson landing his
Now
favourite
it's
double
Nile to throw
to
first. Game on.
avoid that early break after Culleton and missed the same target. He did have a little chat with me in the street this morning, did Niall Culleton. And
59.
just mentioned the comment that I made yesterday when we were analysing his throw. He said that the Pac-Man line got him a little bit. Luckily for me, he saw the funny side. But yeah, if you weren't watching yesterday, he could do with putting some sort of flavouring on the end of his flights, because pretty much go in his mouth.
I
know where they're going.
180.
Well, isn't that nice? 501 180s in the series, and that will not be the last one.
100.
I reckon we'll get a minimum of 6 times that.
And not many tastier than the one we just witnessed.
100.
Well, just don't make your flights out of chocolate, Nile.
The honour goes to Culleton of having that 501. It's obviously a greater honour than having the 500th, isn't it?
100.
In
Now you
darts,
require 130.
180 is better than 200, 501 is better than 500. Them's the rules.
Couldn't agree more. That's why we all wear a certain American jeans brand.
58.
It's not the only 01 as well,
41.
because in darts we
Now
play
you require 72.
301, 701, 1001. Isn't that right, Connor Scott? With your crafty 21 darter at the British Pentathlon. Double top for Cully.
32. John, you
And
require
double top is what John is
160.
hoping for at the end of this combo. Somebody broke his sat-nav
68.
until then.
Now you
So
require
top
40.
for Culleton to carry on what's been a very, very productive day for him. Don't forget, he's one of 2 players that has won both of his matches so far.
Game shot in the third leg. Nile
And
Culleton.
the other one is from Sweden.
Yeah, is he going to make it 3? Don't forget as well,
Fourth leg, it's John to
But
throw
yesterday-
first.
Nile Culleton didn't win a single match. So what a turnaround this is. And I think it's time to give him the due credit, because
180.
how easy would it have been to have subconsciously thrown the towel in?
You asked the question earlier on about how people respond when they know they're not going to win the group.
81.
They know they're not going to be in Group B. How do they play on Wednesday? And I gave you the example of Andy Hamilton, who was in that situation a few weeks ago. And he had a fabulous Wednesday.
140.
5 perfect darts from John Henderson, who was for a moment threatening something that you've predicted may well happen this week. In fact, specifically on Saturday night, Paul.
125.
Has been a 9-darter on this darting day before, in 2011. From the lesser scene, Justin Pipe.
137.
Doesn't play darts anymore, Justin.
Oh, the 9-darter started in 2011. It finished in 2014, I think you'll find.
76. Johnny required 44.
You're a cruel man. Oh, Motown again.
Game shot in the fourth
Oh,
leg.
that's the B-side then.
John Henderson. Fifth leg, it's Nile to
Scratch
throw
to the head
first.
from Henderson. Is that true?
Game
Justin
on.
Pipe not playing darts at all then?
No, not at all. Just works and spends time with his family.
He was so good, wasn't he, for a 3 to 5 year period, right at the top of PDC darts, particularly on the Pro Tour.
He won his first
95.
PDC Pro Tour event in 2011 in Dublin. And that got everybody's attention because everybody used to go to the Dublin Players' Championships before the Grand Prix. And when he beat Taylor in the final, we thought,
135.
what's just happened? And he went mental on the dartboard for the next couple of months. And we thought, he's a different Justin Pipe now. Start of 2012 is exactly the same. I met him in the Benidorm final in
140.
early 2012, and he hammered me 6-0. I couldn't get close to him. He was so good back then.
55.
He was one of the first players, wasn't he, to try and force his way into the Premier League. Pardon, I didn't even mean that pun. That was his nickname, wasn't it, the Force? But just through
96.
sheer achievement. Because, let's face it, he was never likely to be picked as a wild card.
Yeah, I think he was along the lines of
140.
say Mark Walsh's and Urian White.
Now we
Same
record
sort of player.
170.
Exceptional player, but Didn't really have that pizzazz that the big project required. Speaking of pizzazz...
Speaking of the big project...
131.
Yeah, it was a distance away. In fact, you yourself, Paul, were for a long time the only major champion to have not then been put in the Premier League. There are a few players now.
Yeah, happens a lot more these days. The couch is a bit less comfortable, less spacious.
Now you require 39.
Culleton looking to put more space between himself and Henderson here, having missed the ball. He uses a dart to leave a double and hits that double.
Shot on the fifth leg.
And the doubling has remained
Culleton.
strong from Culleton today. And so far, he remains unbeaten. And if John Henderson doesn't win the last two legs,
Game on.
then Andreas Harrison is the recipient of a great gift here.
Now, where have we seen this before?
78.
Oh, that's right, Hendo's previous match. However, there is a different dynamic here. If Hendo does take leg 6, he won't have the darts in leg 7, like he did have against Morris.
And again, he's performing very well, John Henderson, while being
30.
behind. There you see a ton tickling average. And 10 points better off than the man that's beating him.
60.
However, this is a performance that we tend to see more often, because if you're being limited as to how many darts at double you get, your scoring average can stay quite high.
100.
John's only had 3 darts at double, whereas Nile's had 8. And because of those misses, it tells us he's been visit good as opposed to being massively precise
140.
with every shot. So his average comes down, but the result can still change. Different beast today. Just looking way more likely. And I'm happy for Nile the way he's playing, because in Group C, he will be a factor if he
100.
plays like this. You ever shook hands with Nile?
Oh, I was trying to run away from him after my comments yesterday.
Honestly, it's like shaking hands with Thanos. It's like he's wearing that big mitten with all the
57.
jewels in it.
John Iroquois,
Massive hand, really
123.
strong.
John Henderson's remained strong in terms of standard throughout the last couple of games when he's needed to.
97.
What he intended, but even though double 13 is an odd double, it's actually quite a nice double, so I'm told.
Position on the board is great. The only reason people don't like it is because it's an odd number.
67.
I hope John has put out of his mind that he's missed the
26.
single 3. This is a match-saving shot. That's the peril. That is a great shot in the end, because that is
John
not an
Henderson.
easy switch.
What?
You go from the top right to the top left to the top right. That's an awkward
Seventh
visit.
And
final
also,
leg,
I
it's
did start
Nile
to question
throw
it. I know he'd
first.
probably made his mind up
Game
before the
on.
visit, but the dart in the 13 was standing up a little bit, potentially blocking a portion of that double 4.
I wonder, if that third dart did flick the flight just a little bit, and that's why it hit so low.
83.
I bet it's flicked it a tiny bit on the way through. But what has John got left in the tank in another last leg decider?
41.
Well, Paul Nicholson at the start of this match said that he can't really afford to win 4-3. Certainly can't afford to lose 4-3.
Well, let's face it, if Nile wins this leg and Harrison beats
100.
Robinson, that gap is going to be 4 points. And that will be with 2 rounds to go. That is not good if you're Hendo.
100.
At the start of the day, though, Harrison playing Culleton in the final game of the day was the perfect match for the Swede. It's actually not looking like that now, is it?
60.
Not at all. Got to get in amongst it. A 10th ton would be decent.
Well, yeah, look at those numbers from Henderson. Might not be a 10th ton, it's a second 180 instead.
180.
18 scores in 3 figures in this game.
Is he going to do it again? Is he going to get the chance?
100.
It'll be 118 for Cully to win the match. Henderson, all he can do is position.
We saw John come a cropper with this checkout earlier on. The approved route is to go for treble 20, not treble 18.
118.
This is for Nile's first ton plus checkout of this game. What a time it would be to get it.
And he does get it. It's heartbreak for Henderson, whose chances of winning this group are now hanging by a thread, because Nile Culleton, having lost all of his games yesterday, has won all of his games so far today. It was still a strong showing from the Scotsman, an average of 98 and change, 3 out of 5 on the doubles. Nothing wrong with his performance, but Culleton managed to get the job done. 4 out of 9 for him. That 118 checkout, winning the match and keeping that winning streak alive. And Andreas Harrison is looking to keep an even bigger winning streak alive. He will make it 10 in a row if he gets a better of Reese Robinson, and if he does that, he will be 4 points clear at the top of the table.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What are you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reese
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reese Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
Oh, he gets the job done in the end. He was nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. If this would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Well, what a champion's night it was when Andreas Harrison collected the crown at the end of Series 7. Now he's back in Series 8, and it looks like he's edging towards finals night once again. A victory here over Reese Robinson would see the reigning champ move 4 points clear of John Henderson with just 4 points to play for, and would put 1 foot in finals night for Harrison, who once again has bounced back from a not difficult but far from perfect start to his campaign, and just gone on this winning streak where the Swede is sweeping all aside.
He's just so comfortable on that stage, isn't he? And without his A-grade game, which we know is 100 average for the day, based on yesterday, he has decreased his output by about 9 to 10 points today, but he's still not losing.
82.
And maybe he's got Reese Robinson at the right time, because he is now at the bottom of the table once again. After a recovery yesterday,
140.
he's now got to somehow do John Henderson a huge favour. But you do wonder if Robinson has got in his arsenal what is required
140.
at this point, because he has looked a little bit uncomfortable at times today. And he might feel a little bit downtrodden.
180.
He's at it again, isn't he? He was doing this yesterday. Against Robinson yesterday, he won 4-1 with that 112.23 average.
140.
And already Robinson is trying to speed this up.
$65.
The thing is, though, I don't think any pace worries Dirty Harrison. He went for the old Bull 39 bull trick.
91. Andreas, you require 116.
Reese might be about to go into full Maverick mode. So let's see what he can do with 51.
51.
Chooses double 16. That becomes double 8. Harrison having a little wobble of his head in the background,
Andreas, you require 60.
hoping for the opportunity, and he gets it.
Well, there's an idea.
On the first leg.
An Andreas Harrison
Andreas
bobblehead.
Harrison.
I'd buy one of those.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
Second leg
We
is
don't
Andreas
have
to
them in
throw
darts.
first.
Why not?
Game.
I've got a really good friend who lives in Western Canada, and he's got the most incredible array of Canadian ice hockey bobbleheads.
134.
They're a great collectible.
Now, are you going to make an appeal on behalf of one of our viewers, Paul?
I am indeed. Clive has been in touch,
57.
and he's asking how he can get his hands on one of these Dirty Harrison dart shirts. Well, Clive, we will endeavour to ask Andreas if they are for sale at some point this week,
180.
and we will get back to you when we have an answer from the big Swede. So we'll do our best for you.
60.
I've just had a great idea. Why don't we ask all of the top players that perform here at the Super Series to donate a dart shirt to us, and we will decorate our studio with them.
60.
Why haven't we done that already? I'll give you one. Not that it means anything.
I'll give you mine. Have you seen my dart shirt?
I've heard about it.
That's magic.
I'm being serious. I'll donate one.
If you haven't seen my dart shirt, I might post it on social media or give it to our social media team to post. It's got gravy on it.
41. Andreas, you require
Paul Daniels, the
127.
magician, he's on it.
Has it genuinely got gravy on it? I shouldn't be surprised, really. You are from Yorkshire. Oh, double top for a 127 the other way.
Game shot the second
Different
leg.
gravy
Andreas
from Andreas
Harrison.
Harrison. The 127.
Third leg is Reese to
He's
throw
just
first.
oozing
Game.
quality. The quality of a champion.
I tell you what, I loved that shot. Ace Ventura. Gravy. He doesn't like that dart.
91.
He's so frustrated, isn't he? And he has every right to feel that way. Because if you look back on Monday, he was playing stunning stuff.
81.
Nothing has gone his way this week. But the right mindset to have at this stage of the week is don't get frustrated
140.
today. Don't use up that mental bandwidth. Come in tomorrow with a fresh mindset. You are on the same points total and leg difference as everybody else.
60.
Start again in the knowledge that you have played well at times in what is the most difficult Group A that we've ever assembled.
Let's flip it the other side. How does Andreas Harrison
100.
keep up this level, this incredible level, without playing for 2 days?
That's easy. The guy doesn't practice. So this is just normal.
100.
He
Reese
might not
require
even touch a dart for the
107.
next couple of days, and he'd still be fine on Saturday.
Perfect. Far from it.
121.
He's getting plenty of cracks at it, that's for sure. And one thing we do know now that he's on 49, he's not going to go for the bull first dart, unless he wants to go 25 double 12.
49.
Well, he's got a bit of time on his side here, Reese. Chooses double 16.
17.
Well, Hendo needs Robinson to win legs. The last thing that Hendo needs right now is for Harrison to win by a margin. Because that gap is getting very wide.
135. Ratio required 32.
That's really masterful from Andreas. 2 of them? Well, you're the guy that likes double-double.
Doesn't like the lie, though, does he?
16.
I actually thought that second dart might help because it could bounce the other way, the right way.
Andreas required 40.
I swear the way things are going for Andreas Harrison right now,
Game shot
and the way he's
further.
playing, if
Andreas
somebody had
Harrison.
4 aces against him in a game of cards, he'd have 5.
Fourth leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Well, no words needed. The reaction from Reese Robinson says enough. Looks like a man who's lost a hand with 4 aces, doesn't it?
60.
I suppose you could classify each player with a Texas Hold'em hand. What would be in the pocket for each and every player here in this group?
30.
I suppose, if we're being really fair, Reese Robinson is a 7-deuce. Andreas Harrison is aces.
Yeah. 2 pair.
140.
A pair of aces and another pair of aces. Famous line from a famous comedy from which Andreas Harrison actually bears resemblance to one of its characters.
Absolutely relentless.
180.
What is it about this guy playing against Robinson? He's got so much comfort and
43.
quality, and he's up to 112 again.
Andreas required 121.
Oh, look. It's 121 the other way. And he's only gone and hit it because this time the average is even better against Reese Robinson. It's 113.43. Just when you think you've figured out his ceiling, he just goes up another notch. And that's not even his best effort here at the Modus Super Series. He's gone as high as 117. Well, 4 out of 5 and the 113 average. And he's almost there, isn't he? Because his leg difference over John Henderson now is 10 better. That could be too much for Henderson to bridge. But before we get back to the top of the table in round number 4, we'll have a game between Tommy Morris and Gilbert van der Meijden, which is huge to see who gets into Thursday and Friday night.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be
Shot and the
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosch.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game with that pie face dominated throughout.
We take a little bit of a break now from the top of the table and we focus on the middle. And with 3 games to go for both of these players, they can achieve 6 more points. If they win all 3, of course they're guaranteed Group B. But this one could tell us just how tight the last 2 rounds could be for them both. Because if Tommy Morris wins, he will equalise Gilbert van der Meijden on 12. If Gilbert wins, he'll have a 4-point cushion with 2 rounds to go.
Game on.
Morris and Gilbert also have something in common coming into this 9th game of the day. Neither have won
61.
yet today.
They're remarkable, both needing to win. Morris, of course, looking to cut that gap, but as Paul explained, you just have the better leg difference, so would move into 3rd place. But before we get into the meat of this match, what a performance from Andreas Harrison in the previous game. Still with that signature shot of the 1-2-1, which of course he hit against
59.
Reese Robinson yesterday, and actually thought he'd beat Reese Robinson 3-1 at that point, didn't he? Well, he waited till it was for the 4th and final leg today.
Yesterday, when he registered that 112.23 average in game 11 against Robinson, I speculated that we might not see another performance
180.
that good this week. Oh, how wrong you can be. So I'm not going to say anything about the 113 average because
100.
he might even better it. Somebody else might as well. Possibly someone who hasn't played this week yet.
97.
Tommy is
We require 107.
maintaining with those black flights. I think he might have liked what he saw
51.
in playing with them under pressure. He likes that. Does he like this?
84.
He might not like what comes next.
119.
213s.
93.
Good try.
Tommy required
And
20.
both of these players will be very aware of what's happening in the table. Not really a blocker.
Game shot on the first
Told you.
leg. Tommy Morris.
Got to know your angles in this sport. As soon as you have a dart like that, you got to know which way to go. It's
So
only
it's
very
Gilbert to throw
rarely
first.
you
Game
should be
on.
in a situation where you're not sure where to throw the next dart from.
85.
Both, as Paul said, have lost both games today, but for me,
97.
Morris has been the more likely to win.
Yeah, especially against John Henderson. Averaged
43.
almost 98 in that game and still lost.
2 days in a row it's gone wrong in the last leg for Tommy Morris. He missed match starts to beat Hendo yesterday as well, but Henderson beaten in his last match by
45.
Nile Culleton, meaning that Andreas Harrison is in a huge lead now. 4 points with only that amount to play for. He'd have to lose both of his games and Henderson win both his and in the process turn around a
97.
10 leg difference deficit.
Well, Gilbert's had a few
100.
different dart shirts this week. This is a bit of a catchy one, isn't it? Looks like he's been sleeping in his Peter Everson dressing gown.
44.
Yeah, clever as well. Space for the logo, isn't there, on the back?
84.
Yeah, some of these companies aren't stupid. Looks like he's been struck by some
58.
sort of iron
We
brew
require
lightning.
129.
But he's looking to strike here. with 72 more. Not the time to be doing double-double.
117,
Not in my
Tommy,
book.
160.
Not when your opponent's on 160. Double-double should only be used, in my opinion, when you think
55.
you're only going to get
Gilbert, you
one
require 12.
shot at it.
Game shot.
Now, he has won the leg and equalised at 1-1. So if I may give you a couple of scenarios, let's say you've got 129,
Tommy to throw first.
72
Game.
left with 2 darts. Ask yourself at home, if you're a dart player, what would you do if your opponent's on 160?
100.
Treble 16 is a very good play. You miss the treble, you hit the 16, you leave tops. But if you go double-double and you miss the double completely high
98.
or outside the board, you still got to find a treble to leave a double with 3 darts for the next time if you get it.
Do you ever think it depends on who the
135.
opponent is and how they're performing?
Yes. I think you have to be aware of that. But I think you've got to play the
100.
probabilities.
It's probable that Morris will regain the lead at the end of
100.
this leg. He's left himself on a finish after 9.
There's a nice pace about this game.
40. Tommy Reck 126.
I do get the feeling that Tommy is almost ushering people along with his pace, though.
$58. $57.
It's
Tommy
an intelligent switch, that, for a couple of reasons. But it may mean nothing.
Game show.
And Tommy didn't step back that time.
Morris.
I think double 4 has been his best friend this week. Of all of the doubles he's gone for, it feels like double 4's been his best
Gilbert
one.
to throw first. Game on.
Really feel like he knows the
100.
significance of this match. He's in the sort of opposite position to John Henderson, isn't he? Trailing on points, but ahead on leg difference. So
59.
the win's almost worth more here, because not only does he get ahead by going level on points, but he actually makes a leg difference even better
41.
by taking them off his opponent.
If you also look at the fixtures that Gilbert's got left, he's got Culleton in his next match, who was undefeated today.
100.
And he's got Henderson in his last match. And we know that there could be something on that, but the chances of that happening now are getting slimmer by the game.
93.
I've been racking my brains all week, you know, about Gilbert's throw, because it has reminded me of someone all week. I just couldn't put my finger on it until now.
100.
It reminds me of a very fast Christian Kist.
Yeah, get that a little bit, yep.
100.
With the wrist just sort of bending around the side of the face.
That's it.
100. Gilbert, you require
Very
87.
good Christian kiss based on the previous visit. And
Game
that one
show
wasn't
the
too
fourth,
shabby either.
Gilbert van der Meijden.
All square.
Just a small matter of 267 in 5
Tommy to
darts.
throw first. Game on.
That is world class wherever you go in the universe. Yeah, Christian Kist's in pretty good form at the minute. He won back-to-back Challenge Tour events recently, didn't he? He will be in the reckoning for that tour card race towards the end of the season. And of course, anybody who is not up on that order of merit, because a lot of these players who come here to the Super Series are involved in it.
140.
The top 2 in the Challenge Tour order of merit will get a tour card for the next couple of years and a spot at the World Championship as well.
180.
Christian currently is second in that list.
98.
There are other players chasing, like Andy Bolton, Connor Scott, Wesley Plazier, and John Henderson.
140. Tommy, you require 170.
Tommy's turn for a big fish opportunity, but nothing bites.
85. Gilbert, you require 81.
This game's getting quicker by the second. Double 18 again.
63.
He didn't have the
Tommy,
option of
require
splitting nines this
85.
time. It's double 5 for Tommy and the lead to protect his own throw.
Game
Very,
shot
very
of
good.
fifth leg. Tommy Morris.
Working hard today without any points. But that won't deter him.
Sixth leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
Simply getting the win is enough to get into the top 3 for Tommy. And he has withstood
94.
a very good onslaught from the Dutchman.
$100.
It's one of those contests where the person without the throw has the higher average. But look at the amount
93.
of ton plus scores from either player. We've got 11 from Gilbert. We've only got 9 from Morris.
100.
And that puts a little bit of emphasis on the one treble visits that don't register a ton.
100.
Henderson, Robertson to follow, but this one is a
97.
huge game in the most realistic race that's left. Andreas Harrison is one result away from qualifying for finals night. A win for him or a defeat for John
140.
Henderson will seal the spot for the Swede. But who's going to make Group B, in all likelihood, alongside John Henderson?
100. Gilbert requires 74.
May be the winner of this match. And this
58.
match could be
So we
over.
require 104.
Can he get past it? Not quite.
Well, we'll come back if Van der
56.
Meijden hits this to a point that you made
You'll
about a
be- you
similar
require
finish
60.
yesterday. Similar situation yesterday. But may not get the
12.
time to make that point.
Tommy requires
Because Tommy
48.
Morris has a real opportunity now to seal the deal. Double 16 to do so. And
Game
Morris
shot
is the
of
man.
match.
And he
Tommy
now
Morris.
occupies third place. The first win of the day for the gun. The third defeat from 3 to Gilbert Van der Meijden. Meaning that with those nice new flights and stems, Tommy Morris is making good progress and may well have just got the result he needed to secure a Group B position. The doubling was the problem for Van der Meijden in that one, just 2 out of 10 for him, with Morris hitting half of his attempts, including that 85 and the 48 to win the match. Morris then wins that one. Now attention turns back to the top of the table, and John Henderson must win to keep his hopes alive. He takes on Reese Robinson next.
Well, seeing as it is the Euros this week and next, welcome back to Das Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. And this is what you've seen today so far, but just focus your attention on round 3, the other 3 games that we've seen just in the last hour or so. Nile Culleton taking care of John Henderson by 4-3. Reese Robinson losing to Andreas Harrison with that 113 average and that vital 4-2 victory for Morris. That gives us this.
It gives Andreas Harrison a 4-point lead, but it gives Tommy Morris a slight edge in the race for 3rd place. He, with that better leg difference after beating Gilbert van der Meijden, is set for Group B. It seems John Henderson is set there as well, but if he loses this match against Reese Robinson, that will be confirmed. Robinson out to bat for Harrison in a way, but Andreas will be confident of getting 2 more wins, or at least one of the 2 that he needs. However, Henderson wants to at least make his presence felt by winning this match.
I hate to be the bearer of tough news for John Henderson fans, but I think he's got to win this game 4-0. I think he's got to follow Harrison, because winning 4-0 gets him to 20 points and plus 17. That is still 6 legs adrift. And even if Harrison was to lose against Morris by 4-0, he would still be top by 2 legs. This is fairly drastic at this point for John, and there will be a small portion of his darting robotics that will think, maybe I've left myself with too much to do.
Here he goes then. Got to be in the swing of things from the off here, John Henderson.
41.
We will know that he's got to play all 5 days. Back Thursday. And are you some sort of mystic, some sort of psychic, Paul Nicholson? Because you did
45.
say Reese Robinson had changed flights when he hadn't. Well, now he has.
I had no idea. I didn't realise he had a different colour. He's been using those luminescent ones for a
59.
couple of years, I think. Or maybe they've just outstayed their welcome and he just needed a bit of a change of geography in the board.
180.
The capital of that visit was treble 20. So there you go. And he's voted 3 times.
If the table stays the way it is, I'm really
26.
liking the look of this Group B now. John Henderson and Tommy Morris joining that group. So you'll get one of the fastest games ever when Morris plays Alex Small. And maybe some of the best games ever. Reese Robinson putting on a show in this one, but you'll get an all-Scottish affair with Henderson taking on Ross Montgomery. And we've also got John O'Shea in that group as well.
Oh, Hendo versus Montgomery. I'm all over that game. He's not even thinking about it right now, but the thought of it. Mr. Conventional.
This helps me make the point.
60.
And he nearly busted it. What was he doing?
I think he was going for the small 20, but he just overshot it a little bit.
It makes me go back to the point I was going to make at the end of the previous match when Tommy Morris had blocked the treble 18 and persevered for it. Reese Robinson did the same on the treble 20 that could have gone for a different target.
I don't know what John was doing there. That was not the shot. Double 14 is the shot for this one.
Game shot on the first.
Well, Reese takes the leg, so my point about the 1-3-6 leave is completely irrelevant, so let's just brush over it.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw first.
2 180s in that leg for Reese Robinson. He earned that. But a reminder that if Robinson does go on and close out the win, then that will crown Andreas Harrison as a Group A winner and therefore the first finalist. The champion will get a chance to return to Champions Week.
95.
It's happening a lot, isn't it? Returning champions having very good Group A campaigns. Tom Sykes did it a couple of weeks ago.
100.
Not easy to get back to Champions Week straight after winning it. Only Luke Littler has done it, hasn't he?
125.
Yeah, and he's built differently. I'm still convinced if you cut him open, it'd be some sort of robotics in there. What happened there?
He dropped the dart and then he still mimicked the throw before picking up the dart.
You can't accuse Reese Robinson of not having a sense of humour.
That's the type of thing that can actually knock your opponent out of their rhythm, because those that don't really pay full attention will start to step forward if they see 3 throwing motions, won't they?
140.
Yes, because some players just look at the feet of the player instead of what they're actually throwing at.
120.
Well, Reese Robinson is running riot in this game. There's been no sign of this coming from Robinson today in particular.
90. Ratio required 20.
But he is reaching the type of standard that only Henderson and Harrison have produced in this group.
He's going to go for 5s. And that was the risk. Should bust it, really.
No score.
Had a little conversation about it first.
John number 125.
It was like a Popeye conversation, wasn't it? Oh, that's a great miss.
Reese Robinson's going to walk off stage if this goes in. Oh,
Game shot the
what a
second
sucker punch
leg.
that is.
John Henderson.
Well, the reaction from Reese Robinson is pretty similar to the one that we had from Paul Nicholson alongside me. Typical, eh?
And you know what's even funnier? No reaction from John. Not
59.
one little flicker. But that is filth.
Well, he's missed entirely the target that he's going for and hit the only spot on the board where he could have kept the shot alive, or one of the couple of spots on the board, I should say.
That in golf is like hitting the out-of-bounds post and it goes into the middle of the fairway.
180.
Well, how does Reese react? He's reacted with a maximum. He's third of the match to kick off the third leg, so fair play. But Henderson answers.
45.
I do applaud John for his focus
92.
because he is not showing any sign of any weakness. Doesn't want to engage in the frivolities of the Maverick that is Reese
100.
Robinson. He
John
just
number
wants to win the match.
170.
He desperately wants to try and win this group.
$98.
I think he first thought about staying there and then decided against it then, John Henderson, because the lie was so good.
He's thought about it right,
100.
actually, because you don't want to leave yourself on an
John
odd
number
number double if you
72.
don't need to. Single 16 leaves tops this time. That's so good. A great backup 15 darter to that. Well, how do you describe that 1-2-5 checkout on the ball?
Full flag is
Odd.
Reese to throw first. Game on.
I would describe it the way that Andreas Harrison describes himself. Dirty.
It could be another one of those games for Robinson.
180.
He's already got 4 maximums, but this week he's had a game where he's hit 5 and lost to someone who hit none.
60.
When he gets it right, Robinson is just insatiable. He's one of the best players to watch down here in Portsmouth. And if you're a fan who's coming on Saturday night, you want him to qualify.
57.
And don't forget, he's been to 2 Champions Weeks. John's only been to 1.
60.
It's been a long time since the Highlander was in Champions Week. And he wants another crack at it. Because the last time he was there,
78.
he was knackered. He'd just come off a 2.5-week spell of playing consecutive darts. And we didn't get the best version of John that week. If he can win week 3 here in
97.
Super Series number 8, he would have a very doable schedule ahead of coming back at the end of August.
121.
Enjoyed this match. He's had a bit of everything, but Henderson does want to at least turn the heat up on Harrison a bit.
78.
Every leg he loses makes that less likely. Well, that's really loose from Reese Robinson there. Was looking for a single
25.
18 with the second dart.
Oh, that second dart was about as loose as Henry Dickens' laces.
I'll let you elaborate at the end of this leg.
100.
His laces are very loose. Tighten it up, Reese.
No
Oh my.
score.
And you know that John's going to hit this 106
Gonna
now.
require 106.
You know it. He knows it. Reese Robinson certainly knows it.
Game Sean the fourth leg.
That is just the way
John Henderson.
the week has gone for Robinson.
How
Fifth
much
leg
can
is
Reese
John to
Robinson
throw
take?
first.
Do you know, he's starting to cut the figure of that guy that you see down the gym. You know, the punching man. You constantly hit him and he just says, well, I'll just take everything you got then.
I'll take your word for it. Never been in such an establishment.
85.
But it's a famous line, isn't it? Not about how hard you can hit, but how many times you can keep getting hit. And he has been hit plenty of times this week.
And he's boxing like Homer Simpson did when his manager was Mo Sislak. He's just standing there and taking punches and hoping
140.
that his opponent punches themselves out.
$59.
What a dream game this has been for Hendo. He needs a result and by a distance, and he could well get it. He's 3 from 3 on doubles.
81.
2-ton plus checkouts. The 72 as well. The combination shooting at the end of the legs has been absolutely incredible.
$112.
So here goes Hendo trying to close out that much needed victory. Has to win to keep up the heat on Harrison. There is a possibility that
137.
something will definitely be decided in match 12 when Harrison meets Tommy Morris. Dependent on the outcome of this game and the next one when Gilbert van der Meijden
134.
needs to respond against
Gonna
the
require 58.
so far unbeaten Nile Culleton. Henderson
Game shot
completes
of the
this one,
match.
and he does it
John Henderson.
flawlessly to floor Reese Robinson. Did not miss a dart at double in the game, including that brilliant bullseye bailout for the 125. Having missed the bull and 25 with the first dart, he rescued it treble 20 and bull after hitting the 15, and he didn't miss at all on the outer ring. That has been typical of Reese Robinson's week. He had the higher average in the game, but he's beaten 4-1, and that result, of course, means that there'll be no Andreas Harrison coronation. He will have to go and win at least one of his last 2 matches. He takes on Tommy Morris in a couple of games' time, but before that, Gilbert van der Meijden will take on Nile Culleton. On we go here at the Super Series, and Gilbert van der Meijden, well, he's now in must-win territory, really, having lost all 3 of his fixtures today. He surrendered third place to Tommy Morris by losing to his rival for that Group B spot, and he's up against it because despite the fact that Nile Culleton started the day bottom of the table, he has won all 3 of his games. Will that continue for the Irishman, or can van der Meijden end his darting drought here on Wednesday? We'll find out over the best of 7 legs. If Culleton does win this match, he will ensure he does not finish bottom of the table, and it will mean Reese Robinson will end up there, and we'll have to reset and refocus and hope that his luck changes for Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, it really has been a terrific Wednesday effort here from Mr. Culleton.
99.
He can still have a bearing on who wins this group as well, but it is entirely in the hands of Andreas Harrison when he takes on Tommy Morris next.
100.
So Hendo has done himself a favour by beating Robinson 4-1. Now he needs a favour from 2 players. And he still needs to keep winning as well, because when Hendo plays Gilbert, he needs to get those 2 points as well. If he doesn't, he's going to be back tomorrow and on Friday.
97.
I'm trying to figure out what kind of flights he's using, you know. Because not only is Nile using them, but Tommy Morris is using them too. I wonder if it's a 1-piece or a 2-piece. And no, I'm not talking about bikinis.
96. Nile, you require 152.
Because there's a likelihood that the equipment that Nile is using means that the flight is connected to the stem permanently. Just can't make it out because it's all black.
96. Gilbert, you require 164.
Well, this isn't happening, so Culleton is going to get the perfect opportunity for the perfect start.
94. Nile,
Leg 1 against
56.
the throat.
It's got to be left.
Yeah, it won't be easy, this.
Yeah, he was shot on
well,
first
he's
there.
used a dart, to be fair.
Nile Culleton.
And it's a leg 1 against the throw for Nile Culleton.
Dr. Culleton is in the house because that was surgical. He's got the look of a dart player at the minute who could stare a hole through the dartboard with laser vision.
Yeah, confirmation that it is all in one piece, that flight and stem set up from Nile Culleton. Very popular these days, isn't it? It's become the in vogue thing.
41.
It is a fashionable item to use, and the tech is very, very good. But what I will say is that it's not for everyone. It's definitely not for Michael van Gerwen.
125.
He can probably throw anything he wants, but he still maintains that a foldable flight is better for him.
I actually think the big issue with the one-piece systems is actually how rigid the flight is. Because you can have some that are quite flexible.
If I may make a point, because you've made the point already, Murph, that it's very much the in thing to have. Who do you think is the highest ranked player in the world
100.
who permanently uses a molded flight? And this might shock you.
40.
Are they in the top 10?
Yes.
Chizzy?
Dave Chisnell
45.
at number 8.
Nile, you require 136.
And of the rest of them in the top 16, there's only one more. And that's Ross Smith. The rest of them are using foldables.
Does Peter Wright use them?
Not permanently.
Nothing permanently, to be fair.
So it just goes to show You've got to do what's best for you,
60.
not
Nile,
just
you
what
require
is the new
48.
thing. Double top for Nile. And
Hey,
why
shot the
change the
second.
menu when
Nile Culleton.
what the menu is offering is just so delightful? 2-0.
Third leg, it's Gilbert to throw
Just
first.
going back to the conversation, Dave Chinsel's actually a classic example of where it can't work. When he first started using them, he was getting more dropouts than anybody because the
43.
flights and stem system he was using was so rigid that they would cause a dramatic deflection, take all of the momentum out of the dart as it reached the board, and just land on the floor.
The thing that is so incredible about 2023
46.
is that Chisnell had arguably his best ever season in a year where he had technical
58.
problems.
The argument for the foldables, or the flexibles, if you like, as the technology continues to improve, is that
96.
it'll sort of nudge the flight out of the way and carry on its intended flight path, when something so rigid can cause a massive deflection.
I think the argument
58.
for Joe or Josephine dart player from down the street is that foldables are cheaper as well, because molded flight technology is not exactly cheap. You're talking about, what, £7.50 a set
96.
minimum?
And it all started with feathers, didn't it, back in the day?
Have you got a set of feathers?
No, I haven't, no.
I have a couple of sets at home. I should bring them in. They're in original
21.
Bakelite cases as well. Old barrels, feather flights from the 1960s.
Have you ever thrown them, or are they
Yeah.
completely...
They're great
There we
fun.
go, next week's darts challenge.
They are so fun.
121.
Do you want me to bring them in?
Absolutely. $142 here for Nile
94.
Culleton, who, whatever
Nile,
he's
you're
throwing, he's throwing them well
142.
today.
Just playing
110.
really well. Picking his opponents apart. And I know that Gilbert's not playing well in this match, but that is irrelevant. Nile is just cruising here.
100. Nile, you
Like he's a
require 32.
Lamborghini yacht. That might be the first time he's ever been compared to a yacht, and won't be the last time. I'll make sure of that.
16.
But he stalled.
Gilbert, you require 126.
But he can restart.
63. Nile, you require 16.
Courtesy of Gilbert not getting a 57 on that 126. He didn't get a chance to win leg 3,
No
but he
short.
will get another.
Gilbert, you require 63.
Double 18.
45.
How many times has he been
Nile, you
inside
require
double
60.
18 and inside double 4 in the top right corner? That has been a common miss for him this week. And
Yeah,
Culleton
he shot
does
the
take a
third,
3-0 lead eventually.
Nile Culleton. Full flag, it's Nile to throw first.
We've had a great deal of Irish
Gabe.
representation here, haven't we? And they've all had their own bit of success. Tian with 2 weekly titles. Heenahan with 2 9-darters and a weekly title.
99.
Shane McGurk. He's had some good times here. Love Shane. Great player. Great personality as well.
105.
That's what you get from Ireland. Great personalities who play this great game. And there are other Irish players who maybe could play here. Players like Keith Rooney,
85.
Mick McGowan. You never know, they might play in the future. And there are Irish players
60.
who are hoping that they don't play here. Keeping on to their tour privileges over the next few months is going to be their priority. People like Keane Barry.
Well, there's one that's just qualified, and it was an excellent qualification. Dean Finn
180.
came for an ADC qualifier just a couple of days ago.
Well, how many silent GHs are in that name?
56. Nile, you require 137.
107.7 average in the final to qualify.
That's promising. We did have Katie Sheldon here in Women's Week, of course.
Yeah, and she's all set for the Women's World Match Play next month.
61.
Yeah, making a return after being there 2 years ago. Not an easy first game, though. She's playing a certain Bo Greaves.
134.
So
Now
this
you require
for
76.
the whitewash win. And for a fourth win from 4 matches. Inflicting a fourth defeat from 4 on his opponent. And that's what Culleton claims.
Nile
It is
Culleton.
a disastrous day for the Dutchman here. Gilbert van der Meijden goes down. And not only does he lose the match, but he takes an absolute hammering in terms of his leg difference. And that all augurs well for Tommy Morris. Culleton is perfect today. What a run from him. Still not out of the question, of course, that he could climb above Gilbert van der Meijden by the end of the day. But Tommy Morris in action next, looking to try and make that Group B spot his own. However, his opponent, Andreas Harrison, who will win the group if he wins a match. Stay tuned. Well, we've had plenty of magical matches this week here at the Modus Super Series in what has been a gripping Group A, but now it's becoming very final. And we will know at least one thing at the end of this 12th game of Wednesday. We'll know either the first player at finals night or one of the players to play in Group B. If Andreas Harrison wins the match, the reigning Super Series champion will return to the Saturday stage and get the chance to return to Champions Week, becoming only the second player to return to Champions Week, having won the previous series. However, if he loses,
95.
then that opens the door for John Henderson, gives him a chance in the next match. Though Harrison would have another go in the
96.
final game of the day. However, a win for Tommy Morris would secure his spot in Group B. And that is because, Paul, the leg difference is so much better than
140.
Gilbert van der Meijden, whose leg difference just got worse then with a 4-0 defeat. But you said it at the start of the day, that could be the difference. It could prove to be the difference.
100.
I'm starting to think it will be. Question for you, Murph, at the start of this week, because we all talked about the strength of this group and the strength of this guy over the last few days in particular. But did you foresee anybody having an undefeated record in this group spanning over 10 matches?
No, definitely not. But if it was going to be anybody, it was going to be him. He always defies the odds. Can I just remind you that John Henderson was today, the start of today, an odds-on favourite with the odds compilers. Have they never watched Andreas Harrison before?
65.
Apparently not. Should have. We have. And it's not just here as well. Think about what he did earlier in the season in other places. My word.
It's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
This is not out of the blue. How many times do we have to say it?
60. $100.
There will be a conversation between Jeffrey de Graaf and Oskar Lukasiak, who are going to represent Sweden at the World Cup next week, thinking, do you know what? We are playing well. And Oskar is playing well. Jeffrey de Graaf is playing well. But ask yourself this question. Are they playing as well as Andreas Harrison is?
100.
Definitely not.
I don't think they are.
There's no think about it. They're definitely not. I think it's a missed trick for him not to be in that Swedish team.
100.
Are all teams done from some form of rankings these days, or is there selections from different organisers?
I think it's based on the federation of said country, and if there are PDC affiliates, like the Nordic and Baltic stuff, they tend to go from that first, if it's not about world rankings. But if they don't have world ranking information on said players, they'll go with
76.
what people have done in certain federations around the world. Double 18.
58.
A rare miss at the outer ring.
He requires 68.
Is it the same for Tommy?
Game shot
It
of
is
second
not.
leg.
He equalises at
Tommy
1-1. Good stuff.
Feel like it's Andreas to
Well, if
throw
you
first.
think this is out of the blue when it comes to Harrison, let me just remind you about what happened on the 8th of March.
100.
He went to the Belgian Darts Open and was given an awful draw of Gian van Veen. What did he do to him? He put an 107.27 average and beat Van Veen into the ground in 7 legs.
180.
Then, in the next round against Gary Anderson, he frightened the
99.
living daylights out of him. Gary only won by 6 legs to 5, and that was a game littered with brilliant visits. Harrison took out 140 and 121, of course, in that game, and only just perished at the hands of the 2-time champ of the world. And look what he's left again.
Well, for once, he doesn't take it out, but look what Tommy Morris has left to
81.
finish that he has taken out.
67.
Looks like that flight change is going to stay.
91.
I hope Nile's got spares.
Duration required 40.
Yeah, great shot from Andreas. Takes the lead once again. He's halfway to the Holy Grail, which is 2 days off.
Full flag gets Tommy to throw first. Game on. $57.
If Tommy does make his way through to Group B, There are some great fixtures right there. Hendo, Morris,
95.
Montgomery.
Just going back to that World Cup conversation, I've just been informed that Leonard Gates is ranked higher than Jules Van Dongen in the PDC Order of Merit because of his UK Open performance. Yet Van Dongen, because he's a tour card holder, was designated the position. They deemed that to trump the ranking.
Well, there you go. I suppose that's fair. Because if you fight and scrape your way to a tour card, you should have benefits for that. And if you're from a nation like the United States, and there aren't many tour card holders at all, maybe that is one of the cherries. So fair enough.
And by the way, the word Trump was unintentionally used to describe Team USA. I'm getting in trouble today. 110 for Tommy Morris.
97. Tommy
Now, we have a rule here at the Super Series. No politics, no religion. And no 159 checkouts.
40.
Well, he messed up the 1-2-1. Can he make the 1-2-4 his new thing?
Game
It's a sure thing for Andreas Harrison, who just picks it off like it is the easiest thing in the world.
Fifth leg, it's Andreas.
July the 4th, there is a general election here in the UK. I want to see Andreas Harrison's name on the ballot because what he promises, he delivers.
57. $97.
He's about as reliable on the dartboard as Alexander Isak is in front of goal. And that's pretty reliable.
81.
He's staring down the barrel of another Saturday night.
100.
And I implore any darts fans who have not got plans for Saturday night. In fact, if you have got plans, cancel them and just come here instead.
43.
You could get a front row view to watching Harrison, Henderson, and others battling it out for the Week 3 title. And the way this guy's playing at the minute, it is nothing but a treat.
Yep, seeing the top dart stars that aren't currently on the PDC Tour battle it out, and
Tommy Maverick 164.
Arguably, some of them are better than some that are on the PDC Tour, and I don't think that's a controversial take.
81.
It's not controversial at all. It's numerical fact. If you were to put Andreas's numbers of the last 3 days up against the Pro Tour,
60.
in fact, I will do that before
83.
he plays the last match. And we will gauge it on the Pro Tour.
Potential, by the way, that last match is two players who haven't been beaten today going head-to-head. Who would have thought that at the start of the day? One was top, one was bottom.
60. Tommy required 40.
And now Tommy wants tops.
Game shot on
Tommy gets
leg.
tops.
Tommy
Keeps
Morris.
this game going. By the way, while everybody is obsessing over football at the moment, make sure you are subscribed to all of our social media platforms. Plenty of fun content, including Guess the Footballer
140.
with Johnny Culleton and Joe Cullen. It's a great bit of fun. The pair of them really do bounce off each other very, very well at the best of times. So
60.
that will be posted on our TikTok channel later today. Good sports, a pair of them. There's plenty of other
59.
content across all of our platforms, including them. Luke Littler making an appearance as well. And the best ever
100.
Bullseye Challenge. Go and watch it on the YouTube channel at the end of today's show. You will not be disappointed. You will be in disbelief.
168.
Well, that's a great setup shot from Morris to give Harrison something to ponder.
140. Tommy Maverick 134.
Harrison's party and his procession
94.
to Saturday night might have to wait, courtesy of brilliant scoring from Tommy.
And he has to win the match here, Harrison, to be assured of winning the group at this stage. No legs
Shot on the sick flag.
in defeat are enough because Henderson is just about close enough to him.
7th and final.
What 3 words are going through the mind of John Henderson right now? Rock on, Tommy.
Well, Henderson will rock up after this one to take on Gilbert van der Meijden, who's actually become the best possible opponent to play in the last match of the day. Andreas Harrison's got the worst in Nile Culleton. Van der Meijden hasn't won a match. Nile Culleton hasn't lost a match here today.
Now, I said I was going to go all statistical on you for Andreas's next match, but I'm going to give you an insight into it right now because it's fascinating.
140.
For this week, before this match started, Andreas was averaging 98.36. In the Players' Championship averages on the Pro Tour, that put him second. The only person who's averaging more than that is Gary Anderson. You heard it right. Second. And he's played 13 games. It's not as if he's done it over the course of a couple of matches.
Well, all he's thinking about here is finishing first. However, he could be hoisted by his own petard as Tommy Morris lines up a 1-2-1 shot.
121.
Now Harrison's got it in his own hands. Just for a second, he was holding his breath thinking, will I get my chance? And now he gets his chance to win the group.
It's one dart at tops.
51.
And now Morris gets his chance to secure third place and therefore a spot in Group B.
And he's already hit this shot in this match.
52.
They've both had a go, and Harrison gets his fortune.
20. Game shot and the match.
The title defence is on course. Andreas Harrison, the Series 7 champion, is through to finals night on his return to the Super Series. A 4-3 win against Tommy Morris, enough to take him over the line, and this brilliant winning streak continues. He's won all 4 of his games today to go with all 5 from yesterday. A winning streak of 11 matches that could become 12 in the final game of the day. Morris has another opportunity to secure third place, and he will get it anyway if John Henderson defeats Gilbert van der Meijden. But Henderson can no longer catch Harrison. He will play his final game after the break.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. What a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg, Reese
Is that the moment that Reese Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
The fifth leg.
It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it has been confirmed that Andreas Harrison can't be caught and the reigning champion is through to finals night. John Henderson, therefore, will be in Group B. Tommy Morris and Gilbert van der Meijden battling it out between them to see who will join him. And van der Meijden could give himself a chance by beating Henderson here, but if he loses this game, then that position will go to Morris, regardless of the result between himself and Reese Robinson. And at the end of the day, Paul, it's all about seeing who can keep up their unbeaten record. Will Andreas Harrison take it to 12? Or will Nile Culleton go through the card today?
Well, if Harrison does win his last match, and he wins all 4 games on Saturday, he's within 1 of the undefeated record, isn't he? Because a certain Daryl Pilgrim holds the record of undefeated matches at 17.
First leg, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
And one thing's for sure, these two are going to have to usurp the next 2 days to make their way to an SATUDAY. And that's a Henderson joke because he loves the Bay City Rollers. Isn't that right, John? You love a bit of that.
44.
It's a reference to one of his favourite movies, which is a bit Scottish. It's called So I Married an Axe Murderer. And if you've never seen that movie, you haven't lived. If you want to get on with John, just reference anything from that movie. And you'll be his friend forever.
$59.
I wonder how he's feeling at the minute, because he should feel quite relaxed. Doesn't have to get the result, but he would like to go out on a high
58.
in this group. Get a win. 22 points, a very healthy total. That would be 11 wins from 15, which is usually good enough to win the group.
58.
But apparently not when Andreas is around, because if he wins his last match, he'll have won 13 from 15.
180.
John is not in a charitable mood, obviously. 150's on. 3 times?
125.
I don't see no lady.
Johnny require 98.
Well, twice we've seen that. That's going to become the thing of the week, isn't it? Someone's going to do it eventually. But that was begging to be hit.
Yeah.
86.
That was about as good as it gets for 2 bullseyes in, waiting for a third. 88.
Game shot on the first leg.
Gilbert is starting to show us what he can do, because so far today he's stalled too many times.
Second leg is John to throw first. Game on.
That's perfectly pitched by Hendo. 180 all day long.
180.
If Brendan Dolan was around, he'd be doing the old helicopter finger right now.
60.
By the way, there's a bit of a Brendan Dolan story when it comes to John Henderson. When John got married, Brendan was there with his lovely wife, Teresa. And Brendan was responsible for my last hangover. That was a very festive evening. Just off the coast of Aberdeen.
45.
A wonderful weekend. Seeing 2 wonderful people join the knot. And, in fact, Mrs. Henderson is celebrating her birthday on Monday, so birthday wishes a few days in advance, Veronica.
She'd quite like the present to be a trophy
42.
collected on Saturday night. But John Henderson is going to have to work hard for that now. He's not going to be through via this group. And that Group B, although he will be favourite, I'm
94.
sure, is a difficult task to get through.
You know, at John's wedding, a couple of the players that attended, there weren't that many.
59.
Ian White was there.
John, you require 61.
Brendan Dolan was there. Justin Pipe was there. Two of them tried to play the bagpipes. One of them was awful, and someone was actually pretty good.
Well, that
Game
leg
shot in the
is in
second
the
leg.
bag
John Henderson.
for John Henderson, who ties this up at one apiece. Remember, this match doesn't really
The leg, it's
affect
Gilbert to throw first.
anything for Henderson, apart from, of course, that all-important pride. Van der Meijden has to win the
90.
game to move on to 14 points, which will then force Tommy Morris to beat Reese Robinson to usurp him. If Gilbert loses this match, then position 3 goes to Morris. He will be in
140.
Group B along with Henderson. And what a Group B it is. We mentioned it earlier, Paul, but
21.
Alex Small, John O'Shea, Ross Montgomery.
If you like your darts fast and furious, Alex Small is your guy.
81.
But there's somebody in Group C this week that I think is well overdue for a Saturday, and that's Lee Cox. But he's going to have to find the top 2 spots, isn't he? It's going to be hard, especially when you've got Mavericks like
140.
Robinson around.
And Culleton going on the form that he's shown today.
Absolutely.
Van der Meijden has had a day where he's won 4 out of 5. Richard Rowlands was impressive last time he was here. Richard
100.
Hosey, the ADC qualifier, equally so.
He's no mug. He acquitted himself brilliantly the last time he was here.
60.
He's a no-nonsense dart player as Rich. Well, there goes the idea of leaving tops.
120.
But he will after his next dart. So now it's 150 to leave tops.
83. Johnny require 55.
15 in 2 parts. And so
Hey,
often he
Michel
only needs
Lefebvre.
1 dart at that target
John
anyway.
Henderson.
Henderson breaks.
Full flag, it's John to throw first. Game on.
If we're talking realistically, do you think there's anything out there at the minute that John would dearly, dearly love to have? And I'm talking realistically
140.
because there are certain players out there who, that still love to be world champion, but they'll think of a goal that is just a bit more immediate. What does John want to do for the rest of this year? He talked with us on Monday, winning a series here, winning another Saturday night, definitely an ambition. But what else?
140.
Maybe another seniors major? A little bit more silverware in Huntley?
100.
Maybe get another Challenge Tour win? Tell you what, if he gets another win, he'll be in with a great shout of getting his tour card back at the end of the year.
134.
And the PDC
Johnny
system
require
would gain
122.
something, and it would be our loss.
Needs to hunt down the treble. The man from Huntley can't do so, so Van der Meijden gets a look at 87.
37. Gilbert, you require 87.
And if he takes out in 2, it would be for an 11 darter. Very impressive. He has had these little spurts, hasn't he? Yeah, just a single. So double 5.
82.
Didn't really look like that was gripped correctly.
Johnny
Yeah, I don't
require
think he was
85.
comfortable on that shot, but he threw it anyway. Sometimes you've got to step back. Bullseye for John.
42. Gilbert, you require 5.
If that was against Reese Robinson, it would have gone in. The choice here is double 1. The problem with that
No
choice
score.
is that.
Johnny require 43.
He doesn't miss the single 3 this time, which he did in his previous match.
3.
And he does miss tops for a change.
require
This
5.
time with 2.
Persevering,
No score.
but it's a replay.
Johnny require 40.
Well, by going 1 for double 2, at least he guarantees he gets 2 darts at double. Going 3-1-1, that
Game
might not be
shot
the
the
case,
fourth
and he
leg.
only got
John
2 darts
Henderson.
at double in 2 visits, where he could have had double that amount, and Henderson is the beneficiary. He leads 3-1.
Flag, it's Gilbert to throw first. Game on.
I've never asked this question before, but it's just occurred to me.
180.
As we get our 4th 180 of this match. Hendo's got 3. Van der Meijden's got his sole one right there. But
140.
why is it called the bullseye? Bull's eye. I wonder why that came up.
100.
I will find out, consult my researcher.
We'll have to get in touch with Patrick Chaplin.
His name is G. Oogle.
59.
It's an interesting name, isn't it? Well, Hendo should start on the 18s.
57.
If he wants to finish his Group A campaign with a flourish, 132 and a 170 would do.
$100. Gilbert, you reckon 164.
Not a troublous visit there from Gilbert. So it should be at least 1 dart to keep the match alive. He's going to be under it because here comes Hendo with a bullseye.
170. Gilbert, you reckon 169.
Oh, and there are contrasting explanations. You're going to like this.
Game shot.
And on the
fifth
bullseye,
leg.
it's the right time to
Gilbert van der
talk
Meijden.
about it. So there is one theory, Paul, that the term originated actually in archery, not in darts.
John to throw first.
And the centre of a target, it wasn't red, it was actually a more yellow colour. And it was simply because it resembled
60.
a bullseye physically. But the other theory is that the bullseye was named after a 5-shilling coin, which had the same slang and was the same size.
140.
Both fascinating stories.
So
58.
the actual answer, after I've done my political answer, is I don't have a clue.
Well, a lot of people will probably ask, well, bulls don't have red eyes. But if you remember,
99.
well before these dartboards were crafted into the masterpieces that they are now, dartboards weren't always these colour. They used to be very plain.
100.
Some of them were all black. Some of them were all straw-coloured.
Just to further enhance my knowledge, the
85.
bullseye in Japanese archery is called zuboshai.
I know exactly what I'm going to say next time Makuru's here then.
79.
Or any other Japanese players, because I seriously, and I am flying the flag for this because I'm a huge fan of Japanese darts. I want to see some other Japanese players here, like Seigo
82.
and Tomoya Goto, and maybe in the women's we could get Yukie here.
100.
We might see another
We require 95.
zuboshai shot here. Avoids having to go for it, but can't find the
85.
5-5. So Henderson can put Van der Meijden away here, and that would hand the keys to Group B to Tommy Morris.
44.
Not this time.
Gilbert, you require 10.
Well, you left it. You didn't go 20 bull. When you get the 60, you do corner yourself a little bit.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
But in the
Gilbert
top
van
left
der
corner,
Meijden.
he's good, and it takes us all the way.
He has a throw in the
7
decider,
foot
remember,
final,
he hasn't won a
Gilbert to
match.
throw first.
But if he
Game
wins
on.
this match, then Morris will have to go and beat Robinson.
Darren in our chat apparently is saying it's not called the bullseye, it's called the
94.
middle of the diddle. No, it's not. This is not catchphrase. This is the Modus Super Series. And I am not Stephen Mulhern.
60.
Say what you see, Darren.
41.
Morris and Robinson in action next. I'll have to be careful not to get names mixed up in that one. A little like
Who's Reese Morris?
28.
a little like when Alec and Lee could play on Saturday night.
I see where you went there.
140.
You liked the Reese wooden spoon yesterday, didn't you?
I did indeed. That was very creative. And we like to play on words when we've been in different
81.
studios with different fixtures. When Lee Cox is here, I'm sure we'll drag up a few of them again.
99.
Lots you can do with the word Lee. Well, will it be 127 in game here for Gilbert? And that would then ask a question. I mean, we often go down these rabbit holes when there is nothing on the line, but if Gilbert wins this, then Morris is going to have to win.
Against
59.
Reese Robinson, who is playing like a wild dog. I mean that in a good way, by the way. I mean that in a good way as well.
180. Got me required
Pressure with a
68.
capital P. And that pressure has already shown. Oh, but that's an excellent rescue. Gilbert van der Meijden asks the question of Tommy Morris by beating John Henderson, and in doing so, he moves back into third place in the table. There are the stats. Henderson actually had an average of 10 points higher than Gilbert van der Meijden, but it is a Dutchman who returns to the top three. He will stay there if Reese Robinson can beat Tommy Morris. That all-important encounter is coming up next.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the win for Gilbert van der Meijden over John Henderson before that little interval means that man, Tommy Morris, he's going to have to win his final game. He's up against it as well against Reese Robinson, who, although he has only won one match like Morris himself today, has played well and is showing that little bit of a beast mode that we know he's got in his locker. Having a good little chat with the referee, Owen Binks, before proceedings here. First time I've ever anyone seen laugh at anything Owen said, but anyway, let's get the darts underway. Morris needs to get the victory, as mentioned, but Robinson is not the type of player to roll over.
Not at all. After this one, we will know if these guys will play again for the next couple of days or whether they will be broken up.
I think the referee needs to take control here.
First leg,
I think Reese Robinson's trying to take control. Determined to enjoy himself to the end of the day, but Morris has got business to take care of. And that's one of the reasons why Reese is such a tough player to play against, because, I mean, we spoke earlier today about Maverick, enigmatic styles, and Robinson it's like one guy's trying to have fun while you're trying to be totally serious. It's a difficult vibe to work through.
It is. It's very difficult. I think some players have a reputation of being rather garrulous and very vibrant, but there are others that you get nothing from. No information, no indication of how they're feeling.
60.
And that's the world of darts in a nutshell. If you want to be successful, you've got to be able to play against different people and how they play the game. Maybe during the pandemic, when we played with less visuals of a player and more to do with the audible side, that was a different challenge. Because whenever you played Martin Adams, all you'd hear on the other side of your headphones was him singing his scores. And some people would barely whisper them.
Yeah, for those that actually don't remember, it's a good chance to go down memory lane. This Modus Super Series was built basically from people's bedrooms or kitchens, or those that were a bit more prepared, had their own little dart rooms that they practice in, but players with mobile phones on tripods and the likes. And even after it first moved to a studio setting in Southampton, because of COVID regulations, players had to call out their own scores, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
53.
So it is a luxury to have a referee on the stage, and some of these players will remember that.
95. Tommy required 40.
He's not messing around.
Game shot on the first leg.
Taking the first leg in 20 darts in less than 2 minutes. And that tells you everything you need to know, really, about the pace that this game could deliver.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw first.
Ordinarily, a 20-dart leg is probably twice that length.
DRA fine incoming for Reese Robinson. Just punched his opponent in the belly there.
Well, that's the difference between football and darts, isn't it?
58.
That would have seen somebody rolling around on the grass. That kind of contact yesterday in the rain for Portugal.
100.
I saw somebody bumped in the shoulder yesterday and he was holding his face for about 5 minutes. What's wrong with you? Get up!
81.
Morris has got the first part of the equation done. Needs to be the first of 4 legs to move into Group B. It was interesting actually talking to him this morning, because obviously you want to be in Group B. 3 go through from 5 compared to 2 from 6. It's a really hard Group B, and he did say that he's one of those people who likes to get to bed early. He'd actually normally be in bed by the time Group B starts. Is it going to suit him?
Well, let's consider who he'd play against in Group C then.
Well, obviously Reese, the man he's playing now. It would be Nile, who's obviously going to go in good form.
140.
I'd still back him, even if it's Group C. Double 11.
Maybe this is going to indicate why.
Game
That's why.
2-0. Second leg. Tommy Morris.
Well, I think it's a really good Group C as well.
The leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Particularly what we've seen Nile Culleton do today, that puts him in contention. If Tommy was in there, yeah, he'd be one of the favourites, but you wouldn't write
60.
off Reese in any group, any week.
Not
and
at all.
then Lee Cox, you mentioned, has been knocking on the door. That wasn't an overarm throw, so he can have it back. Just checks with the referee.
Well, you've got to consider Lee Cox because he's won a Challenge Tour event this year.
And then
they don't hand those out at the door.
Richard Hosey will be the outsider. I'm sure he'd agree with that. But Richard Rowlands can throw a mean dart. He showed it at the Seniors Champion of Champions and on the Seniors Tour.
Absolutely. Don't underestimate him at all. He could cause all sorts of problems.
By the way, just going back to that non-throw from Reese Robinson, that was a dropped dart. You may remember earlier in the series, Martin Adams actually did throw an overarm dart and it had to be discounted even though it never even reached the board.
And absolutely no discussion from Martin as to whether it was a bad call because he understood that he did let it go, just like that one from Reese, but that was a drop as opposed to an overarm throw.
Very difficult, the job of a darts referee. People don't sometimes realise that they have to watch the player as well as the board at the same time.
100. Race record 170.
First one of the week? Nah. We'll have to wait for it.
30.
He's definitely focused right now, isn't he?
59. Race record 140.
He's got the start he wanted. Is he going to get the finish that he wants? Because I would assume
32.
that Tommy's going to start on the bullseye.
132.
Just like Reese did on 140 for some reason. Stay there.
Was he going bull, tops bull?
Race record 108.
Possibly.
Can't finish now.
He's got 43 left.
Yeah. 68. Tommy required 36.
Dream Street here for Tommy Morris. Double 9. He's very nearly not going to bed early the next couple of nights. What he was saying earlier as well about the broken wrist that he had during the pandemic. Through that process, he's probably put the sweatband on to protect it, and it's stayed there ever since. You don't see many dart players.
180.
Well, that was a little bit of everything, wasn't it? A bit of Reese Robinson, bit of Usain Bolt, bit of Ian White.
And again, Morris is, while he sees the funny side, he's got to be very careful not to get dragged into the theatre that Reese Robinson is providing here.
180.
What's happening here? This may be the funniest 9-darter that we've ever seen in Portsmouth.
83.
Come on, Reese. How do you want to do it then?
41.
Come on, Mr. Darts. Let's see if you can do it something different.
It would have been the most celebrated 9-dart finish
46
in the history of the game.
He had a chance to do the Russian way there. He could have gone 57-34 bull.
I just want to know what he'd have done if he'd hit it, because he'd already severely celebrated both maximums. I think we'd have seen, for the first time at the Super Series, a player actually leave the stage in celebration. May celebrate again here.
Game shot on the fourth.
There we go.
Reese Robinson.
Reese Robinson flying.
Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
You can only laugh.
Do you know what? I think that's a sign that people genuinely like Tommy.
140.
Do you remember that game that he had with Dom Taylor at the end of last year? And then they came up with that double machine gun to the camera thing. That caught us all by surprise. But I genuinely think that Tommy might be one of the biggest hits in the practice room because he's such a lovely chap.
137.
Really, really interesting how he's dealing with it, though. He's allowing it. He's not getting annoyed by it, but he's not letting him let it put him off either. He's just playing his own game.
It might just relax him a little bit more. Some people are like that.
100.
And I think the evidence states that he's okay with it.
He will celebrate exuberantly when he wins the match. I can guarantee that. And that's the right time to do it.
Game shot.
There we go. Finally, he can release fire. After seeing off Reese Robinson in an entertaining game, Robinson turned on the style, but it's all smiles and a big embrace at the end for the pair of them, because Tommy the Gun Morris, in winning that marvellous match, what an entertaining encounter it was, has leapfrogged Gilbert van der Meijden and claimed third place. He will be playing his darts in Group B for the rest of the week. Reese Robinson will be in action from 1 p.m. tomorrow in Group C. But there's one more game to go in Group A, and it's been between the two players who are yet to be beaten today, Nile Culleton and the group winner, Andreas Harrison, coming next. So the two unbeaten and today unbeatable players in this group, one was top before a dart was thrown and he stayed there. One was bottom and has managed to move himself off that position. Nile Culleton, having lost all of his matches yesterday, has won all of his matches today. However, his opponent won all of his matches yesterday and has won all of his matches today. Andreas Harrison, therefore, the champion of this group. And in a remarkable little quirk, Paul, in Series 6, he and John Henderson contested the same Group A. Harrison finished the group with 26 points. Henderson ended on 20. If Harrison wins here, the same result will have occurred.
Spooky. But Nile could be the doctor that fixes this situation and makes sure that it's not spooky. Really happy for Nile today. He's really stuck to his task.
Game on.
That first win today against Tommy Morris by 4 legs to 1, averaging over 91. I think that just set him up for what has been a very successful campaign here on Wednesday.
Speaking
140.
of Tommy Morris, just put into context how well he dealt with the Reese Robinson show in the previous match.
Brilliantly. Wasn't distracted.
42.
Enjoyed it, but did a job. I think Reese was let off the leash there, really. He knew he was going to be bottom of the table.
140.
And he just wanted to go up there and have fun. And he did, and he played pretty well. The only leg he won was a 12-darter, and he didn't miss a double. In fact, he hit 2 of them to win the leg he got. But Morris was just too effective. And too strong in mind as well, because some players would have been distracted. Tommy wasn't.
Yeah, full focus, and he got his reward. He will be in Group B with John Henderson. Andreas Harrison won't have to worry about that. He will have his feet up. And we know he will, because you've mentioned it. He doesn't really practice, does he?
140.
Not really.
We require 81.
He's obviously figured that out over the years. That maybe less is more.
$41.
What's changed for Nile then to get this record of results today? Because it could be the complete opposite of a pointless day yesterday.
I just think he hasn't had any pressure on him today.
140.
He's gone up there. He's had decent preparation, obviously. I also think that sometimes people need reps before they can feel good.
30. Andreas requires 79.
Some people need a couple of days to get going. And they've said so in interviews prior to Group A campaigns before. Double top.
Game shot on the first leg.
And he's like
Andreas
a
Harrison.
cat burglar, isn't he? I'll steal that one as well. Thank you very much.
He's a killer, isn't he? He's an absolute
Andreas
murderer.
to throw first. Game on.
Just never safe.
85.
Give him an opportunity, he'll take it.
He's like a silent assassin. He barely speaks, whether it's Swedish or English. And when he does open his mouth, it's usually quite funny. And that way he described Cam Crabtree's 171 at the end of the last series had me in stitches on Monday. He said something along the lines of, well, when Cam hit that 171, that was completely unnecessary.
134.
I just love the Swedish. They've got a great sense of humour.
Well, winning here is actually literally unnecessary for either player. It won't change anything in terms of where they finish in the group or
60.
what group they go into. For Harrison, it will be Group 1 finals night. For Culleton, it will be Group C tomorrow. But one of them will go in on a perfect
60.
run. 12 matches for Andreas Harrison. 1 in a row if he wins this one. For Culleton, now I'm going to ask you a question here, Paul. Is there the danger? Obviously, look, today could breed a lot of confidence to take into his Group C
84.
campaign. But is there the danger that he's had his best day on the wrong day?
Yes. Think about it this way. You have a bad day on a Monday and Tuesday and have a great day
96.
on a Wednesday. You go into Group C, you have a bad Thursday and a good Friday. Still might not be good enough to make Saturday, so your mission parameters are somewhat skewed.
Where someone else who's had 5 okay days
126.
could get there.
Correct. 57 ball if he so wishes. So 86 left.
94.
Even when he makes a mistake, he can rectify it pretty quickly. I think there's a lot of dart players who are playing the next 2 days who are very happy that Andreas is not playing.
Game shot the
Look at what he's doing there, just laying it on top of the other one for a 2-0 lead. And he's within touching distance of 26 points in a group like this.
Game on.
That tells you a lot of what you need to know.
There is no such thing in any trade, particularly at top-level sport, as effortless.
140.
But Andreas Harrison makes it look effortless, doesn't he?
He does.
60.
Just look at the follow-through. It's quite high with that elbow position. He throws the dart, and it comes out of the hand, and it fishtails in the air. But he's figured out a balance from 7'9" and a quarter, where the dart lands the way he wants. The follow-through is actually quite violent. It stops at an elbow point when the wrist comes
140.
flapping forward. But it all works. And he was not doing that the last couple of days. Grouping the darts that well. He is definitely a different animal today, and I really hope for his sake that he finds this kind of form tomorrow afternoon as well. And remember, it's from 1 o'clock. Group C will start all the way through to around about 5 to 5:30. Now, how does he find this? That's how.
Game shot in the third.
Yesterday and on Monday, he wouldn't hit that shot, but now he does.
Full flag, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Sensational standard. No maximums yet. Well, this is something that Harrison is almost known for. Not a massive amount of maximum hitting. He's all about 2 treble visits and really good backup visits of 100 or more. There you go.
100.
They're equalised. Well, they were at 7 apiece. And they will be again.
100.
So they are pretty much like for like at this point. If indeed
45.
Tommy Morris did get flights from Nile Culleton, he might have to place an order because they're about to be split up.
85.
Culleton may indeed prefer that because it's not really nice to have your own weapons used against you, is it?
No, it's not very nice at all. When somebody uses your kit against you, you want to beat them and make sure that you're boss.
100.
That's why I'm not planning on playing Ryan Finesse anytime soon, because he uses an old set of my darts.
Perfecto from Andreas Harrison
180.
to tee up his favourite double on return.
Maybe his best leg of the day was finished on double 18.
43. Andreas should require
Courtesy of a
36.
1-2-1 that started on the 25. Hates the lie. That both flights are going to be covering it. That's the perfect example. Over the top.
No score.
He went for the low quarter. I think the play was high and left, actually, because of the way the darts do behave. I think the lower portion was a lot harder to find.
With Culleton not on a finish, I wonder if part of that was if I miss, I need to miss outside.
141.
Maybe.
Andreas
Well, he
should
could have
require
gone for a
36.
4.
Yeah, but he prefers this double, doesn't he? Not enjoying it at the moment, though.
No score.
Although he does end up back there.
Oh, we require 72.
How many times can he leave himself on double 18 in one leg?
Culleton could have really played with his mind and gone for it twice. Instead, it's 2 16s for tops.
32. Andreas should require 36.
That would have been a bit of a dirty deed. This could be a dirty leg.
Well, they've fallen out.
No score.
Andreas Harrison and double 18 having a
Nile,
lover's
you require
tiff.
40. Game shot on the 4 flag. Nile
Oh, there you go. That's a bit of salt in the wound, isn't it? 3 visits of double 18, and that's about as angry as you get from Andreas.
Nile to throw first. Game on.
Was it 7 darts missed at that particular target? 2 at double 9?
40.
Makes sense to me. I fear for that treble 20 now. Takes his anger out on it.
180.
Second maximum of the game. Even when he's missing 10 darts at a double, he's still averaging over 91.
Well, what he's going to do here, Paul, having missed 7 darts at double 18, he's going to hit it at the end of a
100.
9 dart leg. You heard it here first.
Oh, what's going on?
71.
If there's a God, let it happen I want to see Andreas do the impossible. This could be a world first.
Is he thinking about it, or is it 57?
Andreas, you require 150.
There's one. Oh, Andreas.
Just the fact that he went for it.
Well, that's not him, is it? That is not him. But he almost did what would have been the most incredible leg you've ever seen on any dartboard anywhere.
85.
Oh, so close. Connor Scott tried it. Andreas Harrison has gone one closer. Now that tells me that maybe conversations have been had in the practice room about what's possible here this week.
65.
He's a cheeky sausage, isn't he? Back to business.
On the fifth leg, Andreas Harrison.
Well, that's one of the best 12 darters you'll ever see. Just goes to show, doesn't it? If you start with a maximum, then you switch, you can hit a 9 darter with 3 different targets and 3 darts 41. In every target. I so want to see that one day. And I get the feeling now, because more people are going for it, that we may even see it.
$98.
Yeah, I think it will happen at some point. Just didn't expect Harrison to be the type of player to try it. Particularly, maybe all those misses at double 18 in the previous leg actually made up his mind, because he thought, well, if I hit 257s, I'm never going to hit that anyway.
He's maybe saying that I've hit a 9 darter on this stage before. I want to do it a different way. MVG used to do that on the tour. Oh, well, I've got treble 19 double 12 after a 60. How else can I get one? And then he'd try 45 36, and then he'd leave 144, 147, 150.
59.
And there's more than 1,000 ways to hit a 9 dart finish, but there are only a few that have ever been seen. Somewhere in the 20s, I think it is.
Yeah, Richie Edhouse has got his own 9 darter. He's hit it twice, hasn't he? Well, the 153 at the end, I think it was.
60.
Connor Scott was actually trying to finish a 9 darter in that style in a double start event, wasn't he?
It doesn't surprise me at all.
Well, the other signature shot that Harrison has made his own this week is a 140 with 2 tops at the end of it.
He's done it twice.
81. Andreas, you require 140.
It's not going to happen a third time, and Culleton could hang on to his undefeated record if he finds 122.
44. Nile, you require 122.
With a chance to extend it to 5. It's a lovely line. Bullseye.
83.
And a chance now for Andreas to extend his undefeated record to 12.
This time he finds the double 18 to get a go at tops. And Andreas Harrison turns on the style as he completes another successful Group A campaign. The reigning and defending Modus Super Series champion wins the group in style. He's through to finals night once again, and the title defence is well and truly on. And in that match, he almost produced the greatest leg of darts that anyone would have ever witnessed. 180, 171, and then went for 3 balls for the 9 darter, got the first, but the fun ended there. The fun doesn't stop for today. We are going to assess all of the action in a moment and hear from the new darting Maverick that is Andreas Harrison. Stay tuned. Andreas Harrison, the defending champion here at the Modus Super Series, through to finals night, and what a way he's done it. Absolute style from the Swede, and almost the greatest leg of all time. I'm dying to hear from him. I'm sure you are as well. So he is alongside Phil Bars.
Andreas, congratulations. Group A champion. What a stunning 3 days you've had. Just sum up how you're feeling for us right now.
Yeah, it's been great, yeah. It's unbelievable. It's better than I thought.
That final game, we have to ask you, almost the greatest leg we'd ever seen. 180, 171, and then going for the 3 balls. When did you decide you were going to go that route?
Yeah, if I started with 180, I'm going to go for it, I think. Yeah. I thought about it, when Gilbert tried the 150, I said, if I got a shot, I'm going to go for it.
We've seen Gilbert try it. We've seen Reese try it. Everyone's trying it. Was there talk in the practice room about the 150 and the 3 balls?
Yeah, it's been a thought about it, yeah. Talk about it, yeah.
You're on a great winning run here. 12 games unbeaten, the current champion. You must feel unbeatable on that stage at the moment.
No, I don't. No, but yeah, I was. Everyone is a great player, so yeah, I don't feel unbeatable, but I feel good.
And looking ahead to Saturday night, are you now dreaming of defending that crown? Because you've done the first part, you've got to finals night to give yourself a chance.
Yeah, of course I'm dreaming about it, yeah. But yeah, it's Saturday night, it's hard. I would just try to do my best and see how it goes.
Well, Andreas, thank you very much, and we'll see you on Saturday night.
Thank you.
We will indeed see Andreas Harrison on Saturday night. That title defence is intact, and Paul Nicholson's alongside me. Paul, he has shown the performance of a real champion, hasn't he?
Just a bit. Considering he lost his first game in the group, that was pretty much the only blot on the landscape. He's been so effective, so explosive at times. 2 averages over 112. And a plethora of other big performances. It's not just him doing it at times. It's more likely to happen than not. This is arguably the greatest Group A campaign that we've ever witnessed. And if someone's ever going to beat it, they're going to have to go great guns, because he's taken the best Group A that I can remember assembled and he's blitzed it. This is one of the best players in the world right now in Andreas Harrison. And I'm not just talking about this place.
And he almost made it even more special, did he? It would have been incredible if Andreas Harrison had produced what undoubtedly would have been the greatest 9-dart finish of all time.
Well, he said that once he hit the maximum, his mind was on the 171 to leave 150. Visit number 2, we're too busy looking at the 60 and he's gone downstairs. Then all of a sudden, our ears prick up as if to say, well, what's he got on his mind here? But he already knew there was no pause there. As soon as he goes downstairs, he's got 150 on his mind. And as soon as that second dart goes in, you think it's going to happen.
And now watch him as he walks behind Nile Culleton. I think he doesn't give much away, does he, Andreas Harrison? But I think at this moment we started to see a little bit of a smirk behind that big bushy beard of his. Little tilt of the head. And then you called it. You're thinking, right, he might go for this.
He did go for it, and as soon as dart number 7 goes in, we dared to dream, and it wasn't a bad guide either. I just wonder if he'd gone for the bull with the last dart of that visit, would he have hit it? So we've seen people go for multiple bullseye checkouts this week, but we were dreaming of that magical 9. I've got a feeling, because we're getting closer to it, that someday it'll happen.
Right, let's dot the I's and cross the T's from this group. Then here's what happened today on Wednesday. Andreas Harrison going through the card once again. The 9-dart attempt was kind of taken away from the fact he's won 12 matches in a row.
Yeah, 2 consecutive perfect days. I don't think we've seen that since Colin Osborne in the previous series, who won all of his games on a Wednesday. Or was it all games on a Thursday and all games on a Friday for a perfect Group C campaign? So many congratulations to Andreas for making this place his home. He might as well get a couch, because he's just so comfortable in this place. And as far as anybody beating him this week, they're going to have to find something special.
Yeah, in terms of the table, he gets a really good victory in the end, exactly the same margin as last time he was in a Group A with John Henderson, who comfortably got the Group B spot. Tommy Morris had to work hard to get it. Credit to him, but the other name that we've got to pull out, of course, is Nile Culleton after losing all his games yesterday, 4 from 5 today.
Yeah, huge credit. I think someone of his pride and his standing within the game in Irish darts, he was not going to wilt. And when he came in today and he signalled his intent by winning his first match at the expense of Tommy Morris, you've got to give him all the credit in the world. Now in Group C, we've got to start looking at him slightly differently.
Yeah, well, the groups this week, Group B, Tommy Morris going into it with John Henderson. There's some really good players coming into that group as well. Ross Montgomery, John O'Shea, Alex Small. That's not much of a reward for finishing second and third, is it?
Not necessarily. I mean, Alec has been to a final here in a weekly sense. John O'Shea has been to a final. Ross Montgomery hasn't missed Saturday when he's been here, although he hasn't won on a Saturday yet. John Henderson has won before, and Tommy Morris, obviously with his experience, that could deliver remarkable stuff over the next couple of nights. I can't wait for it to start.
It is coming up to election time, and I want you now, just because it's been about him, I want you to be the leader of the Andreas Harrison Appreciation Society. Just tell us, because he's not going to the World Cup as part of the Sweden team, just tell us how good this player is and where he could be if he was put on the PDC tour.
I know there's going to be a lot of people out there who are going to think that me saying the next statement is because of purely what he's done here, but it's not. It's about what he's done this year. He's the best player in Sweden. I think Jeffrey de Graaf, if you look at his performance levels over the last 6 weeks, they look great. There's some great numbers in there. He played superbly in Copenhagen in a loss to Rob Cross. But with all due respect to Oscar Lukasiak and to Jeffrey de Graaf, Harrison is better than those guys, and they're missing a trick. I know the system is fair and that Andreas' inclusion in the squad, you know, it shouldn't have happened. It's the same as Littler with England. You know, you could have easily put him in there and said that him with Humphreys would be the best squad. But the system is fair, it's transparent, and that's good. But Sweden are missing out by not having him there.
And we'll be missing out the next couple of days. We won't see him. We'll see him on Saturday. But we will see you tomorrow, Paul. And we hope to see you as well here at the Modus Super Series. A double session of darts getting underway from 1 p.m. live here on the YouTube channel, then 10 p.m. in the evening for Group B. But Group A, well, it belonged to one man, didn't it? The delightful defence of the title from amazing Andreas, the Super Swede.
What in the world is going on?